Seeing it's 6 p.m., I'd like to call the May 18th, 2022 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council to order. I'd like to welcome everybody here this evening, this beautiful evening, probably the nicest one we've had so far this year. And if you are able, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Baisden?
Here.
Councilmember Sonart?
Here.
Councilmember Petty?
Here.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Here.
Councilmember Winger?
Here.
Councilmember Nackstead?
Here.
Mayor Gabriel?
Here.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we have agenda approval. Council, before we get to that, I'd like to call your attention to a laydown you should have in front of you with requested additions to the packet. Action, add to item D2, public hearings, ordinance number 3287-2022, public comment requested by the city clerk. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nackstead.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move for approval of the agenda with the action item D2.
Second.
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? See none, the agenda is approved. Next up, we have the consent agenda. Councilmember Nackstead.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move for approval of the consent agenda and request unanimous consent.
Second that.
Is there anybody on the council that would like to amend the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please read the consent agenda into the record.
Approval of the regular meeting minutes of May 4th, 2022. New business action approval, bills to be ratified, brought to you by the administration. New business action approval, purchase orders over $15,000, brought to you by the administration. Action approval of a non-objection to a liquor license renewal for Kenai Elks Lodge number 2425, brought to you by the city clerk. Ordinance for introduction, ordinance number 3289-2022, adopting the annual budget, salary schedule, and employee classification plan for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, and committing $3,986,107 of general fund balance for future capital improvements. Brought to you by the administration, public hearing on June 1st. Ordinance number 3290-2022, authorizing the return of funds remaining from completed canceled capital projects to the General Airport Special Revenue Fund and Water and Sewer Special Revenue Fund. Brought to you by the administration, public hearing on June 1st. Ordinance number 3291-2022, accepting and appropriating private donations to the Kenai Community Library for the purchase of programming equipment and library materials. Brought to you by the administration, public hearing on June 1st. Ordinance number 3292-2022, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the General Fund and Public Safety Capital Project Fund to provide supplemental funding for the Fire Department flooring replacement project. Brought to you by the administration, public hearing on June 1st. Ordinance number 3293-2022, amending the appendices of the Kenai Municipal Code to delete cemetery regulations, amending Title 24 Municipal Cemetery to include certain portions of the appended cemetery regulations and make other housekeeping changes, and adopting a Kenai Municipal Cemetery Regulation Policy. Brought to you by the City Clerk, public hearing on June 1st. And that is your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to any item that was on the consent agenda, which was just read into the record? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Oh, Ms. Horth, sorry, didn't see you back there.
Hi, I'm April Orth, and I live in Kenai. And so last meeting we talked about the donation of the property for the Boys and Girls Club, and I thought that that was still under discussion and that there were options that were provided for that land. It is taxpayer. That does belong to a taxpayer.
Ms. Orth, that actually is on our regular agenda under D2.
Okay.
So this is just testimony for the consent agenda.
All right. Thank you.
No worries. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to any item that is on the consent agenda, which was just read into the record? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. So as we get into the regular agenda here, folks, I think most of you here are for item D2. So once we get to that, we'll introduce it, or it's been introduced, we'll move it as a main motion. Once it's on the floor, there'll be opportunity for public comment. So that would be the time, appropriate time, if you're here to speak to that ordinance, to come up, and you'll be allowed 3 minutes. So if you come in and state your name and address, and proceed. So with that, we have, next up on the agenda is scheduled public comment, which we have none this evening. Next up is unscheduled public comment. So is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Please come forward with your name and address.
Hello. Full house. Only there's a few people here. Mark Griffin, live outside city limits of Kenai. Concessionaire of your land at the golf course. Just wanting you all to know, opening day was, I think, May 9th. And we just got done with 16 and 32 kids from KMS completing the junior golf clinic. You know, future goals, we're gonna see if we can't kick off a golf team out of there. It does a circuit to, I don't know, we start out at their home course in Kenai and then go over to Soldotna's couple courses and play some rounds, and if it builds, you know, probably go down road trip down to Homer. So separate entity with the golf association and the course are going to be funded inside. Pretty confident it's going to happen this year. You know, long term, if it sticks, we'll see. You know, look forward to reporting back. Call it this winter. Structures. The Dick Morgan Bridge is complete, but not fully. Still got to get the memorial arm around it, and that'll happen soon. 4 more of your structures are left that are 30 years old. You know, we got golfers crossing it. We got children crossing them in the winter in skis. So goals are to have that started October 1st, but hopefully we play sooner. We'll see. Keep you posted. And time's almost up. So, so I guess just one real question, because we have some new council members since we've been working on some golf course issues, you know, for the last 30 years, really. So, Councilmember Baisden, Councilmember Winger, and Councilmember Sonart. Any questions at all that you have on the course, want to take a look around, see what we're doing? Got my cell phone, just let me know. Want to know the answer on what each and every one of your opinions are with this beetle kill stuff that came out. The last count's about 500 trees out there. My guess is it's higher. Just what the city's take is on that. I mean, a couple more minutes. Last, I'll just say, hey, you know, community's been through a lot last 3 years. It's hard to see through storms sometimes, but you know, you as elected leaders did, and thanks for leading the city. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, just if you would, just if there's any questions or comments, I would like to point out that Student Representative Silas Thibodeau is also one of our new members here, so
Silas,
I don't want to leave him.
I would like to
we
personally
don't want
invite you out
to
to the
leave him
course
out.
and give you a tour. I apologize for that, Silas.
No worries. Silas, go ahead.
I want to say thank you for coming out and telling us all about this. I remember back when I was in KMS, I also did the golf,
Cool.
I guess,
Very cool.
course. Yeah, the mini course. And I want to say I fully support the idea of getting the golf course, I guess, refurbished or like getting it up to speed. So I want to say thank you for coming
It's
out
going to
here.
happen, and thank you.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Could you embellish just a little bit more about the 30-year-old structures that need refurbishing? You talked about the Morgan Bridge, but what else is involved? Are they actual bridges, actual crossings? Are they shelters? Tell me a little more about them, please.
So you got an anadromous stream that runs through it. And if you recall, it was 2019, we needed that replaced. I believe you called it Bridge Over Troubled Waters at the time, because it was the big one that needed to be addressed, and we did it. And we spent a little bit more to make sure there were guardrails for the kids on the remaining, and then the second one was on the back side of the course in the low-lying areas. And we did, the idea was just not a improvement, but a permanent improvement, right? So we put steel in the ground and just replace planks every 30 years type of deal. Permanent improvement on the back one, not as sophisticated, but heavy gravel, no issues there. So the main two ones are, we got 4 left. And nothing's cheap these days on materials, but we'll get her done one way or another. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to write while you were talking, then you quit. It's not a safety issue now, but it's something that needs to be addressed in the near future. Is that right?
I mean, our children are crossing those things children of the city, in the wintertime. That's an issue that I don't want to go much longer.
So if I heard you right, then you want to start something by October 1st?
Yes,
That's about the
'cause-
time you're going.
because that's when we
You wrap it up.
done
And,
it.
are you in contact with city administration to?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They've been very
Then-
supportive and
then
helpful.
I know they'll help you out then. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm keeping them posted.
All righty.
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I played 18 holes today. The course looks great for as early as it is.
Thank you.
I don't know what you did different to the greens, but it looks like they came in a lot sooner than normal.
I ordered up sunshine.
Nice. And it didn't help my game much, but it was still
Doesn't help mine
still
either.
nice being out there. Dealing with the spruce bark beetle, that's going to be an issue, of course, that the city and all the municipalities are dealing with here. We do have on our agenda dealing with the community wildfire protection plan. So the golf course definitely, with the amount of spruce bark beetle kill that we have there, is an issue just like everything else. So hopefully we can come up with a solution.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you for coming and presenting to us and giving us an update. My son was one of the 36 from Kenai Middle School that came
Cool.
over. I'll be honest, I was shocked when he picked golfing. I didn't take him as a golfer, but he absolutely had a blast, just loved it. So, and all of his little friends. So thank you for hosting that and opening it up year after year. Kind of just wanted to reiterate exactly what Mr. Baisden said and about the spruce bark beetle. I know we're aggressively going to be addressing that on a city scale. I believe the plan also includes a slash removal site here in Kenai so that with the skyrocketing gas prices, people aren't having to drive their slash, sometimes 10, 20, 30 loads of slash all the way to Soldotna, so that'll offer some relief as well.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to discuss it further with you at another time as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Griffin? Councilmember Sonart.
Mr. Griffin, thank you for coming this evening and presenting to us. The bridges, the older bridges that are like 30 years old, do you foresee them needing this similar structure that the main bridge did, like you said, with the steel footers and all that kind of stuff? Or will it just be replacing what they are now?
I'm not an expert at that stuff, but what my thoughts are, just due to the span, I'm looking into just some large steel structures that we can simply lay over it without having to put steel into the ground. It's getting explored. I just don't have all my data yet, but I feel, we can get that done a lot cheaper than steel price, but we can get that done at a reasonable cost. Because all it's got to do is just, it's not like we're driving semis over a couple golf carts. But what I'm going to do, I just want it to be safe in the winter for these kids' ski tournaments that are going on. That's kind of a dangerous creek in the winter. You got to have it marked out and labeled. So, yeah.
Thank you. It sounds like you have a plan. Just keep communicating with the administration, and we'll just see how it plays out until October 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Griffin? I'd just like to say thank you for your testimony, and as a golfer who seems like to play in the woods, I wouldn't mind cutting a few of those trees down myself. So,
Yeah, there's plenty of them.
Yeah.
The whole goal here is, look, the cool sports in the community already, basketball, football, baseball, soccer. If it sticks long-term, it's just another option for someone to try.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to address any item that's on the consent agenda? Or not on the consent agenda? Not on the consent agenda or regular agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to item D1, public hearings, ordinance number 3286-2022, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general fund, police department, and accepting a grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation passed through the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for traffic enforcement overtime expenditures. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to enact ordinance 3286, 2022.
I second it.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3286-2022? Anybody online? Thank you. Oh. Bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sonart,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Winger,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning,
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden.
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3286-2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, we have item D2, ordinance number 3287-2022, conditionally donating certain city-owned property described as Tract A Parkview Subdivision, Kenai Peninsula Borough Parcel Number 047010118, to the Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula for development of facilities for youth sports, recreation, education, after-school care, and other youth activities. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Baisden.
I'd move to enact ordinance 3287, 2022.
I'd like to second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3287-2022? At this time, if you would just come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and members of council. My name is Ryan Tunseth. I live at 2815 Bryson Avenue here in Kenai. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this, and certainly thank you to everyone who showed up today to support this. It's really, really cool to see such a large crowd here. I also testified at Planning and Zoning, and I think I'll try to make my points quickly here and succinct. What we had happen was really two events that came up. One, in a very large donation from a very generous man named Royce Roberts, and two, the closing of the Kenai Community Care Center and them offering us the option of purchasing the facility at a favorable rate. And so that's what set us into motion of maybe realizing this idea of finding a dream clubhouse location for us. We realized right away that we did need more land for parking and further developing our campus of what we would want that to look like. And so that's how this came to be. I certainly believe that you should support this. I know in my heart, having been on the board of Boys and Girls Club for over 10 years, that this is the best chance we've had at this in a long time. And all of my kids have gone through Boys and Girls Club. It's a fantastic program and a fantastic service to the community, and I just don't feel like we can afford to let this type of opportunity slip away, specifically because of the message that it may send to people just like Royce, people who have made an active decision to invest in Kenai. We can't look that gift horse in the mouth. And I believe you can do this. I know you can do this today. I know that code might suggest that planning and zoning needs to review it, and planning and zoning did review it. They had that opportunity. Certainly, we understand that in the development of this project, that we're going to have to be in front of planning and zoning a lot more in dealing with this. And we certainly welcome that. We don't want the opinion that it may be going over the top of them, but there are ongoing business concerns of ours that are forcing us into a position of making this seem fast. And so I apologize if it has seemed hasty or if there's been information that we haven't fully brought to bear. For a lot of us, it's passion about the kids that we're serving and the mission of our organization that we're very good at. Oftentimes our wrangling through politics might not have been as good. And so, I just offer that up as an apology if it hasn't been as clean as it maybe should be. But, our hearts are in the right place, and that's trying to make this happen. And I've talked to all of you as well, and I know that you guys feel the same. If we can hash out some of the issues. But that's all I have. There's a lot of people here that want to speak today. I just thank you for your time in hearing this and the opportunity for all of us to be able to do something for Kenai that's going to be really cool, really exciting, and something that I would love and envision everybody being at that ribbon cutting. Everybody wins with something like this, and I believe that in my heart, and that's all I got.
Any questions for Mr. Tungsa? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, just a brief statement. Just thank you for your enthusiasm and support for Boys and Girls Club, and I think we all do support Boys and Girls Club. Just a question about the function of the Planning and Zoning meeting. As I recall, you appeared on short notice and didn't have all the information that I think you required. Neither did the Planning and Zoning Commission. They were short 3 voters. There was only 4 present. They were concerned that they didn't have all the information that they should have had based on what I had as a counselor. All they had was before them. What they decided to do was ask to be postponed to their meeting on the 25th so they could fulsomely look at the presentation and perhaps come up with some positive alternatives that would accommodate the Boys and Girls Club and the perceived needs of the city. And I hope that you would support that. My feeling was that failing their postponement, they might not have been so positive about the Boys and Girls Club, basically because they didn't have the information they required, and such as you didn't either, and I recognize that as you do. So there'll be a motion tonight to postpone to the 25th. There will be a full debate at Planning and Zoning and possible alternatives and perhaps something that would be very, very positive for the Boys and Girls Club, so you can move forward in a timely manner with your timeline. I'm not sure how that works. Is there anybody around here that can speak for the CARES group?
Is that directed to me? That question?
Yeah.
I believe there is. Yes.
Okay, it would be good to have some background information on that.
Hold on. Is there any other questions for Councilmember Nexton?
Thanks. I think I'll take the line like Mr. Glendenning did and won't ask a question, but I'll state that having been on Planning and Zoning for a number of years, reviewing a packet, if I ever had questions about what was necessary, what we were doing, anything I needed, the planner knew by Monday morning, assuming I got the packet on Friday. And I would be prepared, and as everybody else would be. I would not come to a meeting on Wednesday without the information I needed, without asking for it. And so I apologize that apparently happened to you in this case. Apparently something fell down in the process there. But thank you for testifying at Planning and Zoning and doing your best.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
I want to say thank you for coming out. And I think that with this, going on, I believe that it would be in the interest of all the students at Kenai Central High School and their siblings if this did pass. And I want to say that even if the postponement till the 25th does go through, I will be supporting it.
Well, just to be clear, any postponement from this body would be till our first meeting in June, so it wouldn't be May. So, any other questions of Mr. Tungsteth? I guess I do have one, since it's been brought up here, sort of the timeline. I think your hope that it gets voted on this evening, how does that affect the Boys and Girls Club's plans as far as the timing goes? I know there was I think you guys were kind of put under a timeline too, from what I understand.
Yeah, and others can speak to this as well. My perception of it is that we had committed to having an answer to the care center by the 15th, so we're past that date already, with some grace, obviously, from them to get through this. And then the next pressing date that we'll have is for our Rasmussen Tier 2 grant, and really all of the grant applications. We need to be able to start moving on this very quickly. As far as like the will of the board, I'm not entirely sure. If it's delayed further and we have continual delays, I don't know what the will of the board might be in that situation. As I've stated before, this facility was not our ideal dream location. This was a facility that sort of came to us in this opportune time, and so there is definitely concern in the development of it too, and it's going to be very hard. We're going to have a lot of changes that have to get made, and so I also feel like that there are some that might, if it's delayed further, not want to continue down this path with this specific building. But I can't answer that for the entire board.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tungsteth.
All right. Thanks.
Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3287-2022? Ms. Hutchings.
Good evening, Mayor Gabriel and council members. I'm Linda Farnsworth Hutchings, 295 Coho Street, Soldotna, and I am treasurer of the KPCC group. This organization started in 1973. We started out in the old CAA, FAA buildings over where the senior center is currently located. We were donated an old building that we remodeled with donated items. And I will tell you, one of the donated items was a whole box of drapes that I had ordered from Sears that unfortunately came in orange. So I gave them to the care center, and for years we looked at those orange drapes. And one of our first directors was Billie Hardy. Her daughter is now head of the Soldotna Chamber in Soldotna. And our original board was a group of people from the Central Peninsula. We had two Methodist ministers. One was Bruce Bartell from Kenai. The other was Augie Ahmet from Soldotna, Beth Teschner, a public health nurse, myself, and many others. And over the years, we had teachers, policemen, assembly members, city council members, all made up our board. And we took care of kids. That was our job. In fact, one of your very wonderful members of your city, Marilyn Dimmick, was on our board for years until she passed. So our youth started out as being runaways, domestic violence, or homeless. And over the years, the requests from the state became a lot more challenging. We built 2 homes in the current location at 3 Tawny Spruce. Then we built an office building structure and a full gymnasium. It was easier for our children to be able to have a facility that we didn't have to take them and have a person for every child like when we would go to the rec center, because it was just too cost prohibitive. So we built all of this, and we've been taking care of youth for almost 50 years. Next year it'll be 50 years. And I'm sure some of you have toured the facility, and you know what a nice facility is. And we have employees and board members that are great stewards of these facilities. We've been a great partner, I feel like, with the city of Kenai. When the city needed land for Char Circle, we gave it to you with no remuneration. And I understand the city is in need of another easement to build a trail from the park on Forest all the way down to the beach, which I'm sure it's something that we will be entertaining. But, now, should I quit?
No, continue, please.
Okay. Now events have made it necessary for us to change the direction of the care center. And we will be closing this facility on June 30th. We will maintain our foster care program, but that is at a different facility. And we have been approached by 3 entities to purchase this property. And what we looked at was who was going to benefit the children in the area the most. And it was Boys and Girls Club. This is just something that, we give back to youth, and that's what we feel we need to do. So, I'm sure that you're aware that there are some time-sensitive issues because of Rasmussen grants, Murdoch grants, that they have to have their architectural drawings and their whole proposals done in time for their meetings. So I'm just hoping that it's the Boys and Girls Club that will be occupying the facility at 320 Spruce Street.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Hutchings? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, just a process question. You have your deadlines, your concerns, and a lot of this came to us late, admittedly. I would ask, from a process point of view, if this went before the Planning and Zoning Commission on the 25th, they could have a fulsome discussion with public hearings, so that they understand it from the planning point of view what this is all about. Then it comes before us on the 1st of June for a decision, and a decision will be made on the 1st of June. Would you be agreeable to that, to allow the public process to happen and more information come out into the community? Would it disadvantage you?
I don't have so much of a problem with it. I just feel that the Boys and Girls Club is also under a deadline that they have to meet. And they can't start doing architectural plans because who's going to want to spend the money if it's not going to be approved? You see what I mean? So.
Yeah, we're talking about 2 weeks to respect the public process. And I think there's a positive alternative out there that will include your proposition, Boys and Girls Club, and allow the Boys and Girls Club to grow and prosper here. Okay. There's always going to be a Boys and Girls Club here in Kenai. It's just a matter to what degree it's going to be and all of that. It's a positive influence. I do support it. I've had a conversation with many of the members of the community, and I just think that, use an old oil field phrase, all the dogs aren't barking yet. The more information that comes out, the better off our decision will be. The sunlight's the best disinfectant, and as of today, I'm still getting a question from a fellow counselor as to what all of this means. I don't think we are as fully informed as we should be.
Do you have some questions of me?
Well, it's things that would come before the planning and zoning. You outlined specifically what's at hand. Mr. Tunseth did, and there perhaps may be more testifiers that will speak to the timeline. I'm thinking that with various grants and whatnot, we're going to have a positive decision in June, and there's no reason why you couldn't start sketching things out. The actual drawings and whatnot, I doubt if 2 weeks is going to make a big difference. Your organization has other offers. You will be honored. You will be taken care of. You will be not disadvantaged. No. But I think the community is interested in placing in your facility. And thank you for that illumination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the only people that could possibly be disenfranchised would be Boys and Girls Club, because like I said, we do have 2 entities. They're not, the zoning is already there for that facility, so it's not going to change the makeup of that.
There'll be some planning and zoning process, but you are directionally correct on that.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions of Ms. Hutchings? Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022?
My name is April Orth, and I live in Kenai. And one thing that I would like to know, since it seems to have come up, there were some other options that were offered at the last meeting that I thought were fantastic options, and one of them was subdividing the land because it is a prime piece of real estate, and it is in our bank, our land bank, and it's meant to be a revenue-generating piece of property, as I understand it. I do support the Boys and Girls Club. I'm just saying that right off the bat, but I do have concerns about this amount of land being donated. There are some conditions which I've gone over and I thought were fantastic. The other thing is that this came up so quickly, and it seems like there are grants and everything else that are dependent upon this, so I would like to see proof of, or some sort of written documentation saying that we are going to lose these grants for the Boys and Girls Club if this isn't done right now. If in fact that doesn't exist, I'd like to go through the proper process with the commissions to make sure that this is done properly. And that's what I'm asking for the record. On a personal note, I'm going to restate a concern I had, because I did go by and I looked at the property. It's a beautiful establishment that the Boys and Girls Club have the opportunity to buy. My concern, and I'm going to restate it, is that it is off the beaten path, and it is a very high traffic area with a lot of unknowns going by the Boys and Girls Club, and our most vulnerable population is there. As a mom, when I first saw this, I said, oh my gosh, this is kind of scary. So what is the hidden tax burden going to be to the citizens of Kenai in having to up patrols to make sure that that's a safe environment for the children that are going to be attending the Boys and Girls Club? It's not our job, it's not the city's job to dictate where the Boys and Girls Club is, and it is a beautiful facility, that's for sure. But what else are we going to have to do as a city to ensure the safety of our community members there that we're not even addressing at this point? And I think that should be one of the things that we do address. So I'd like to see this go through the proper channels, and if there is a problem with the timeline in grants and everything else, I would like to see the documentation on that so that our city council can make a better informed decision. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Orth? Seeing none, thank
Thank you for your testimony and your perspective, and I like your thought of forbearance and going with process. At this point in time, I don't see where anyone really be disadvantaged, and the public will be served, and the Boys and Girls Club will have a positive outcome. There's just alternatives out there that need to be examined, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022? Mr. Cornelius.
Mayor Gabriel and council members, thanks for hearing us tonight. I just thought maybe I'd jump in and go and hopefully save everybody a little bit of time.
Name for the record.
Sorry, my name is Kyle Cornelis. I am the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Kenai Peninsula Board Treasurer, 705 Frontage Road. Yeah, I think you're going to hear a lot of great testimony about why the club is important to your community tonight. But I want to talk specifically about our intended investments and pending capital projects, and particularly some of the talk about alternatives and new information or changes that could occur with more public hearing, more P&Z meetings. Unfortunately, from our perspective, there's not a lot of alternatives or changes that can occur. This is I'll give you a real quick background, 20-second background. I have an engineering background. I've been doing project management for 20 plus years. I think I worked with Mr. Nackstedt in '99, so he taught me everything I know. Thank you, Henry. You know, our build-out is still to be determined. You know, you have a conceptual drawing in your packet. The project delivery, there's a very specific process in conceptual and programming, schematic design, design development. Through that process, we'll know exactly what we build and where. In your conceptual drawing, you'll see that we have a proposed new clubhouse on the donated property. Of course, that could change, but that's our plans right now. It would be really difficult for us to make a determination that partial of that, you know, part of that donated property is all we need. Instead, I think it's critical that we are given the opportunity to utilize that to our best extent, and then work in good faith with the city. You know, as we determine what we don't need, perhaps, it goes back to the city for private sector use. You know, I think the ordinance has provisions that detail out a lot of those important requirements. Reversionary clauses, you know, do nothing clauses, it reverts back to the city. So I think those protections are built in there, and I think it's important to note that we can't promise you exactly what we're doing. We can't promise P&Z exactly what's going to go, you know, where on those properties. But what we do know is that for us to be successful on that site, you know, we need the ability to plan through the whole thing, that whole site. We know this wonderful gift that we've been given, the opportunity to purchase the facility. It's hurried and rushed. We don't like that either. But what we do know is that it's not feasible without the donated land in its entirety. So I think I just wanted to get that in there. Sorry for jumping in ahead of other folks who want to testify, and that kind of concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Naxton.
Yep. Thanks, Kyle. And by the way, I worked with your dad since like '83 or something like that. I don't know if you were born yet, but something you did say, and I kind of wanted you to reiterate and maybe clarify a little bit in that you know what you think you need, but the Boys and Girls Club is willing to work with administration and the developer that we talked about, who might want to put something else in part of that. And if this property were donated, as you formulate your needs, and you're going to be working with administration and that person, is that how that you see that going forward, to see if maybe it can be a win-win and win?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You know, we have specific objectives to achieve. You know, that clubhouse rectangle you see on the donated property conceptual drawing, it's a rectangle, right? Is that the STEM room? Is that the arts and culture room? We're talking about a trades and vocational, you know, shop area. There's a lot of programming that still needs to be done, and absolutely, if and when we refine and go through that process and define what our needs are, you know, if there's opportunity to work with the city and or its developers and planning and zoning, yeah, we would 100%, you know, work with the city in good faith to subdivide, revert back, whatever, you know, portions we don't need. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, would you be willing to listen to any pitches that are going to happen in a week at Planning and Zoning? It may inform your decision. There's some other close-by properties that could be used for part of your needs. There's also with the property that you're considering purchasing, it's over a 4-acre tract, and to the back of it there may be more usable land. I don't know if all of it is or not, but to just say now take it or leave it, I would like some more discussion. You would have been very welcome at the Planning and Zoning meeting, and perhaps your comments would have helped driven the discussion. But the more information that comes out for the process, for the Planning and Zoning Commission, who advise us on these matters, I would appreciate at least a nod saying that the process should go forward for Planning and Zoning to review. It'll be back before us on the 1st of June. I do not believe that would inconvenience anyone to any great degree, and we would have a informed decision that would perhaps make a happy outcome for all concerned. A win-win-win, as was described earlier. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Krause? Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3287-2022?
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Tori Jan Harsha. I live at 14360 Kenai Spur Highway here in Kenai. I am the daughter of a...
Could you tell us your last name again? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Harsha. A-R-S-H.
Thank you.
So I'm the daughter of a previously employed member of the Boys and Girls Club. I'm also an alumni myself. I grew up in the club and the teen center. And I'm currently employed at the teen center as a youth development professional. And I just want to say the Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula believes in producing productive, caring, resilient, and responsible kids and teens. And we expect that they carry those traits into their adulthood. When we invest in our children, we invest in the future of the Kenai Peninsula of itself. Our kids and teens are more likely to stay in this community, are more likely to be involved, and more likely to give back if we provide them with the opportunity to. And having this property would allow, specifically us at the teen center, would allow us a possible better facility where we could focus more on things like preparing them for college and for jobs and things like that, and having that would allow us to do so. So I think we would produce more productive members of our community. As an alumni myself, I look back at my experiences in the Boys and Girls Club, and there's not a day that I don't remember when people donated to us or volunteered their services to us, because ultimately when they invested in that club, they invested in me, and it came at a point in my life where I needed it most. It kept me out of trouble and it kept me safe. So, and I expect that this facility will do the same and then some as well. I asked the city of Kenai to donate this land to us so we can continue to invest in our children, in our future. And I can't stress how much importance this is, not only for me as an employee, but for my teens that I directly work with, that I wish that I could do more for, but just don't have the facilities to do so. So thank you for your consideration in this matter, and I will defer any detailed questions to a member of our board or to Shinapik.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Harsha? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to 3287-2022? Former Kenai Peninsula Borough Mayor Mike Navarre.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of the council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank you for your public service as members of the Kenai City Council. I know you take your job and responsibilities seriously. I'm here to speak in favor of Ordinance 3287-2022 on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club. I hope you'll embrace this opportunity. It's an opportunity for the Boys and Girls Club because the Care Center property came available for us. We have a very generous grant, a very good supporter. Actually, Royce Roberts told me that he and Bill Allen were the ones who originally started the Boys and Girls Club in the city of Kenai. I didn't remember that because I was a kid at the time. I do remember that there was a program started and ended, and then later on came back. And I have been a member of the Boys and Girls Club board for 25 years. I joined it on a one-year commitment. And I've been on the board because I see what the Boys and Girls Club does, and I am an absolute champion and proponent for the Boys and Girls Club. I'm also a proponent of the public process. And I've heard Mr. Glendenning's argument about public process. I also heard the comments that were made about the Planning Commission had ample opportunity to get more information for their last meeting. Be that as it may, I personally am not opposed to postponing this and having to go back to the Planning Commission so they can weigh in on it. I don't think that it will make a decision, this difference, how they rule. At the end of the day, we'll be back before the council. I don't know that we'll be able to muster again all of this support, nor do I think that maybe you want us to muster this level of support again. There is tremendous support in the community for the Boys and Girls Club, and I know all of you are supporters also. It's not about support for the Boys and Girls Club. It's about what should not be really a confrontational process. We don't know. This came up to the Boys and Girls Club board pretty quickly too, so we don't know what this campus is going to end up looking at. We do know that we already provide significant benefits to the city of Kenai. Payroll is 1.9 plus or minus. Multiplier effect on that's about 3 times if you, without going into the formula of the multiplier effect, it's about 3 times the impact. So call it close to $6 million impact. We also have an impact from all the people who come in to participate in the Boys and Girls Club program. Basketball, indoor basketball, indoor soccer, outdoor soccer, all of the other programs that the Boys and Girls Club do. So some of those things are quantifiable, like the value of the property, like the value of the contribution for payroll. Some are not quite as quantifiable. How do you measure the impact on a child's life? And we have literally positively impacted thousands and thousands of kids' lives, and we will in the future. And we don't know exactly what our development is going to look like. And quite honestly, we don't know that we won't be back here in the future saying, we need more. If we do, that means we're very successful. And having that type of facility within the city of Kenai is a quality of life issue, again, difficult to measure, but something that truly is a very significant asset for the city of Kenai. I'm also on the Rasmussen Foundation board. I've already primed them for the Tier 2 grant that we're going to apply for. The timeline on it is that we have to get this done probably by mid-July, because getting drawings and things like that do take some time. It will crunch that time frame for us. If we don't make the November meeting for the Rasmussen Foundation, we can't get back to it until June of next year. That's the timing that we're talking about. I don't think a 2-week delay harms us to the extent that we can't go forward. So I'll leave it up to your discretion with advice from an excellent counsel on what and how you proceed with your process. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions.
Vice Mayor Glenn.
Thank you, Mayor Garbo, and thank you, Mayor Navarre. I too, as you know, I'm about process. I served with you on the Planning Commission at the borough. And even today, there were a lot of questions, misunderstandings. You and I had a conversation. We don't know all there is to know about it. We don't know what we don't know. I can see that there's a positive outcome that can happen here. You, as Boys and Girls Club and the Care Center, have your challenges. That's something you can work out and negotiate, and I think you will work very well together. For public process, we just have to be able to quantify to the citizens of Kenai that there is value in donating this land. We have to have some approximate value of the land to quantify it. That's easy to do. There's also an alternative on the surrounding property where some of your needs may be able to be met, like for parking or for recreation or for gardening. The Care Center, I believe, is a 4-acre tract. It may not all be usable for you. Some of it may be. You may be able to fold your design concerns into the usable amount of that land. I think all of these concepts, all of these ideas can be fleshed out at the next meeting at Planning and Zoning, and any questions that are left over can come to us, and we'll make a decision on June 1st. You will know exactly where we stand. Right now, we don't know what we don't know, and just thank you for your comments, and I believe the process will be served. The confidence of the people of this community will be bolstered by allowing Planning and Zoning to look at it, and then we come back on the 1st of June. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Glendening. Don't share your confidence that we'll come back with all the answers after the Planning Commission meeting. However, I think that a delay, if it accommodates and works to where we reach compromise rather than work through a confrontational process, that's better for everybody involved. I did reach out to Mrs. Farnsworth to ask her whether or not the timing from the standpoint of the Care Center would be accepted, and she indicated that it would be. So that was my concern. Rasmussen Foundation Board, I'm confident I can help with. And again, I wish you the best in your city.
Just one final comment. Thank you, Mayor Mike. And I think the best we can hope for out of this is that we're confident that we're directionally correct in what we want to do. All the parameters may may not be acknowledged, even known. But if we have a design concept, a thought pattern, we would greatly appreciate the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then another review on June the 1st, because we will have another public hearing. Thank you.
Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Mike, for being here. I actually have a question rather than a statement. And it's the same one actually I asked Kyle. And since you're on the board and you guys will all vote on this, and as you work together, I don't know how you work together, but if we were to approve this tonight, and Planning and Zoning comes back and they could have some comments, but there's also the developer and the administration. Are you willing to work with the administration, the developer, and hear anything that Planning and Zoning might have had said, if they say anything at all, and kind of work that into the plan?
Assuming that the administration would be willing to work with me, yes, I would. Absolutely. We're not unreasonable. What we're trying to do is make sure we also have a responsibility as members of our board to determine what we think are our best interests in the long term, the clients that we serve, which are the kids, families that partake in the Boys and Girls Club programs. So yes, we more than to work with the administration, developer, anyone else to see if we can reach accommodation. Obviously, in terms of negotiation, what we're talking about is approval after the fact or approval after determining whether you can reach some type of accommodation.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Navarre? Seeing none, thank you. Thanks for all your work with the Boys and Girls Club over the years also.
Good evening. Tim Dillon, Executive Director, Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District. Thank you so much for allowing not only myself, but especially the great group of folks that we have here today to talk. Some of you might be thinking, Dylan's not a kid and he doesn't have kids this age anymore. What does he want? Economic development. Quality of living is one of the reasons why people choose to live in Kenai and the surrounding areas. One of the big things that people ask when they're in my office or in other offices around the peninsula, as they're trying to figure out whether they're going to move their family, mom, dad, and 2 kids, or 14 kids, or however many, how are the schools? How is public safety? And what are the opportunities for my young people? Here's a great opportunity for those young people. And I'm going to sit here and tell you right now, we're blessed with the people that are here on this board. I was telling Terry Eubanks earlier, the number of people that are on the Economic Development CAPED board sitting in here right now that are key leaders. And you're going to hear from a couple of them that came through Boys and Girls Club. So I don't have anything else earth-shattering to say except for let's make this happen. When it comes to business deals, sometimes you got to strike when the iron is hot. I think all the people in this room are trustworthy people that you all know. Whether it was Mike Navarre or Tim Redder or Todd Smith or Chris Huff, any of these people that are here. So let's just figure out a way to get this thing done and make sure that these young people have a place to call home over here in Kenai. Because if not, we're going to help them find someplace else here in the area. But this is the place that they want. So let's make this thing happen. Any questions?
Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, that's clapworthy. Mayor Mike has a master's in economics. You're pretty darn close. You're the head of the Economic Development District. He talked about multipliers and all of that. Can you, off the top of your head, with this kind of investment, talk about what those multipliers are, if they're, what we can expect?
Well, the key is being able to get people. We have all these jobs that are out there right now. I had folks from the Alaska Gas Line Development Corporation in my office last week, still talking about potential projects in the area and things. But one of the things that they're concerned about is workforce. Well, you know what? Every one of these young people out here, they got a mom and a dad. They've got a grandma and a grandpa. Those are the people that are not only going to purchase homes, but spend money in town, have water and sewer hookups, make sure, I had coffee this morning with Brad Janorski and HEA. And you know what? One of the ways for our costs to go down in HEA is to have more customers. So I can't give you an exact multiplier for it, but believe me, it's on the positive side. And I think it's one of those things that the Kenai community, my wife and I, chose to live here. 3 of my 4 boys live in the area. I think this is a great opportunity, and unfortunately the timing doesn't work out for everybody, but this is a time when leadership really shows, because you got to figure out a way in order to make some of these things happen. No one's asking for anything illegal or immoral or anything like that to happen. Bottom line is, there are deadlines. Most of you know millions of dollars worth of grants and opportunities cross my desk on a monthly basis. There are some deadlines coming up every single week. There's a lot of money out there with different projects and different grants and things, but there's a deadline for each and every one of them. Let's not make it any harder for these young people to have a home. Okay?
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Dillon? Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022? Please name and address for the record, please.
My name's Carlo Wick, 470995 Black Bear Circle, Nikiski. I'm also a board member for the Boys and Girls Club of Kenai Peninsula. The support is in this community. Has anyone ever been to the Boys and Girls Club Gala every year, the largest fundraiser on the peninsula? Come out of COVID, 300 of your closest friends, we're all hanging out, celebrating the kids of the Kenai Peninsula. We need a new home. We got an opportunity with Royce Roberts' gift. It's a great opportunity for this club. It's a great opportunity for the parents also. They all can't be here tonight, but every person that goes to Boys and Girls Club, it's not just daycare. Don't confuse Boys and Girls Club with a place to warehouse your kids. It's STEM, athletics, a sense of belonging. We need to support this deal. Royce's gift was immeasurable. We're going to move a lot farther with this gift, and the support is here in the community. You see it in the gala every year. Largest fundraiser on the peninsula, hands down. And I think we need to move on this tonight and support the children of our peninsula, support the Boys and Girls Club for all they do, and take this opportunity while we have this, we have the support. We have the physical support here. Planning and zoning, I don't want this to, the excitement of this later to, kind of peter out, don't get the people showing up. We got them here tonight. There's a lot of support for this project, a lot of support for Boys and Girls Club across all business. I'm also the chairman of the board of the Salamouth Native Association. This is our largest fundraiser that we do. I mean, we give roughly $30,000 a year to Boys and Girls Club. We sponsor, I think it was 250 kids this year. So, I mean, we step up, we put our money where our mouth is. This is a great opportunity to move this project forward, get a permanent home for the Boys and Girls Club, support our children, support the community, support children's athletics. The Boys and Girls Club does so much things that aren't even measurable. I would really like to see this move tonight so we don't lose the excitement that we have here. The Boys and Girls Club is so much to the children of all across the peninsula. And this is just a tremendous opportunity, and I think we need to take advantage of it tonight.
Any questions of Mr. Wick? Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to 3287-2022?
Hi, Mark Burton, 285 Redwood Court, Soldotna. Hello, Mayor, council members. I want to speak in support of this donation of this land to Boys and Girls Club. I have a daughter who is involved with Boys and Girls Club, and just like the last individual said, it's my wife and I don't see it as a daycare. My daughter has grown so much over the time that she's been with the Boys and Girls Club. What I've seen of what may happen with if the land is given and the structure, all of the activities that go along with this acquisition, it excites me. STEM, huge on science. I'm so excited about everything that may occur with this. And, I stand before you as a single family. However, I'm also representing several families who wanted to be here tonight but cannot. So I just kind of want to echo what Tim Dillon said over there. Let's strike while the iron's hot. Let's get this thing done.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Burton? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Anybody else would like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022?
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tim Rutter, 48008 Harmony Avenue, Soldotna. I'm a board member for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Kenai. I'm also a parent, husband, working professional, and a community member, just like all of you, in the place we call home. So when I think about the impact that the clubs have, I think about all the aspects of our life. And so when I think about, on the personal side, just me, as a parent, husband, and working professional, my family and I moved up here in 2005. Our son was 5 at the time. We had a heck of a time finding quality childcare. And when we finally found that was the Boys and Girls Club. We enrolled our son in the club as a member. He did the sports programs, went to after school, went to the summer programs. And I firmly believe that the staff at the clubs partnered with my wife and I to raise our son. And I'm not sitting up here as a proud dad. I'm harder on my kids than anybody else can be, but he's grown into the person that he is today because of the Boys and Girls Clubs. And I'm asking for everybody's support tonight to move forward, just as Tim Dillon said and others have said as well. This is an urgent matter, and we do understand and we respect that haste is not a good thing. We are in this position because of the good opportunity that we have. So when I think about my membership on the board over the last 10 years or so, and then also as a community member, I've seen the benefits of the clubs throughout our communities. Just to name a few examples, the meals, tens of thousands of meals on an annual basis to kids, that a lot of those kids, that's the only meal they get that day. And people talked about the athletics programs, the academic programs as well. And I do genuinely and respectfully ask for your support tonight. And we genuinely, as a board, and I'll speak on just behalf of myself as a board member, value the partnership that we have with the city of Kenai. And we look forward to a long-term, positive relationship with the Kenai, city of Kenai moving forward. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Rutter?
Thank
Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to 3287-2022?
Hi. Thought I might throw the mom card in here a little bit. Good evening, Mayor Gabriel and City Council. My name is Amber Every, 360 Dolchuk in Kenai. I'm a mother of 13-year-old daughter Gracie and 21-year-old son Devin. I've been a Kenai resident for 30 years. Living and working in this community, you realize just how important our local Boys and Girls Club is. I've coached sports through the Boys and Girls Club for 15 years. I have seen the difference this club makes in children's lives firsthand. I sat in this exact chair 8 years ago asking the City Council to approve funding for the new playground equipment for our Kenai Municipal Park. My exact words were, build it and they will come. I drive by that park daily, and guess what? It's the most popular playground in our city. I am here tonight to once again ask you to believe in the build it, it will come message. Not all decisions you make should be financially based. Yes, an investor can come develop the property and it would be a better financial decision for the city. Or perhaps this lot could be developed for our ever-expanding dip net fishery. But I'm asking you to make a vote tonight in favor of our children of our community. The Boys and Girls Club is ran by a very fiscally conservative board, many who are in this room tonight. They've been given an unbelievable, generous gift, and they're asking the City of Kenai to please step up to the plate and invest in the children of our community. I'm asking you to please support ordinance 3287 and keep it here in Kenai. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Every? Thank you, Amber. Anybody else from general public like to speak to 3287-2022? Mr. Smith.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name's Todd Smith, 2405 Watergate Way, Kenai. Kenai resident, business owner, property owner, dad, and both of my teenage kids grew up in Boys and Girls Club sports. We didn't have to utilize a lot of the other programs that some people utilize, but I'm very thankful for them, and they make a huge difference in our community. Some of the areas I think that they impact is the economics of the community. You don't go to a sporting event and not go feed the kids afterwards. You see the local Boys and Girls Clubs when activities are in session, and I mean, you notice it at the stores, you notice it all through Kenai. So I wouldn't let the tax questions really affect your decision that much. That's you're talking about 2 acres of land at the end of the road, zoned, I believe, urban residential already. That's on the city's disposal list. Maybe that was supposed to be neighborhood at some point in time. It's not neighborhood now. There's one residence there, and that's great. But that whole area has turned into institutional use. I don't know how it would benefit the city anymore for that to turn into development. I've heard there's a housing crunch. It came up as an issue. It is not driven by a lack of city land to sell for housing. There's plenty of land in the area. I speak as someone who's a contractor and works on residential development for a living. It would benefit me to see a building go up there and get paid to work on it for sure, but I think it will benefit the community more for the Boys and Girls Club to be there. My concern is with the process, and Mr. Glendenning, you mentioned some concerns about the process, and before I came here, a couple friends talked to me about this process being more difficult. They're having some issues. And my answer to them was, what do you need me to do? And quite frankly, I expect the entire council to have that same attitude towards the Boys and Girls Club, given what they do for our community. I expect the Planning and Zoning Commission to feel the same way. Mr. Glendenning, you were at the Planning and Zoning Commission. You gave my lifelong friend, Mr. Tunseth, a hard time for not being prepared. I don't think he was prepared. I don't think the commission was prepared. You were at that meeting. There were multiple people in the room that knew intricate details of this deal and of what needed to happen and of this tract of land because it was on the city's disposal list that the Planning and Zoning Commission has worked on for a very long time. Planning and Zoning Commission members asked, what are we supposed to do? We don't even know what we're supposed to do here. What is the process? Those questions were unanswered. They asked if there was other interest in the land. From my profession, I know there is other interest in the land. I know that person was in the room. Nothing was ever mentioned. As someone who lives in the city and will be dealing with Planning and Zoning Commission in the future, I do not believe that that's the way it's supposed to work. I do not believe that I think that if you want to delay this, to go back to the Planning and Zoning, you're up there, the folks who are up here saying they support the Boys and Girls Club, everyone in this room came out to show support for Boys and Girls Club, and that's an action. Those weren't words, those are actions, and I thank you all for that. And I want to see your action tonight to approve this in the best interest of the city.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, just again, procedure. I was here as council liaison. Okay, I'm here to observe and then give my comments at the end. Okay, what I knew, I can't participate in the discussion. I'm not allowed to by rule. Okay, at the end, I expressed my, how can we say, concern for Mr. Tunseth that he was kind of shoveled into the mix. He didn't have all the information he needed. Planning and zoning didn't need to have all the information they needed. They were shorthanded that night. All they asked was that they be able to give a fulsome discussion at their next meeting on the 25th, and your concerns will be addressed. Your point of view will be addressed. All concerns will be addressed. They just didn't have the information they had. I was forbidden to participate by rule.
Understood.
Thank you.
And I am not on a council. I've been on boards. I know what it's like to be a member and rely on a committee for input. And if there is a worry that the committee is not prepared, I'm sure you have plenty of opportunity to communicate with that committee and to say, and at least for what the council needed to be clearly explained to that committee.
Any other questions of Mr. Smith? Councilmember Naxton.
Just a clarification. clarification. Actually, I think you were correct on the acreage. I heard somebody that was actually at the meeting say it was much larger than that, but what did you say the acreage was?
I believe it's 2.09.
That's correct. Thank you.
Zoned urban residential, I believe. So it's still residential, but it's fairly loose. Office buildings are permitted to be there. I don't see this as a planning and zoning issue. Sorry.
Any other questions on Mr. Smith? Thank you.
Thanks.
Any others? Mr. Delifka.
Jeff Delifka, current president of the Boys and Girls Club. First off, thanks everybody for showing up tonight. I know it's such a nice night. I wish I was out there playing t-ball and whatnot, but thanks for taking your time to show support to us. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you for council for considering this. I know it is a tough decision, it's a political decision, and there's lots to think about here, so I don't want to, again, minimize what's going on. But a lot of this is focusing back to that planning and zoning meeting, so I just wanted to get a little more clarification, even for myself. I'm a little bummed that, again, it's feeling like we're unprepared for that planning and zoning, but I just want to give a little bit of timeline from our perspective of what happened with that. So the Monday, right before that planning and zoning committee, we were called in for a meeting. I don't know if all of you are aware of that, but we were actually called in to meet with the city attorney, city manager, and the chair of the planning and zoning committee, Jeff Twait. So the one that we were going to go for, we were invited to, Jeff Twait, and Jim is a council member of Glendenning. I think he might be one of the alternatives that you're referring to. Is that one of the proposals that's kind of out there, is that there might be another person willing to develop that?
As
referenced that a few times, that there's some other alternatives that might be out there.
We'll just save comment till after your testimony, okay?
Okay. Yeah. And so we were actually at that meeting to meet with Mr. Twait about this property, who happens, again, to be the chair of the committee that we're supposed to go before. And at that meeting, again, we were just told, hey, there's a planning and zoning committee meeting, but you might want to have somebody there, maybe, and there's no public testimony, so don't essentially worry about that. Last second, I tell Ryan, hey, yeah, we should have someone there just to talk. And I'd also previously to that on April 19th submitted a big packet here, had over like 80 pages of just who the Boys and Girls Club is, or what we plan to do with that property. And apparently when the ordinance went over, none of this information was given to planning and zoning again. And so I'm really confused, again, of what's going on, and going back to planning and zoning. What does this look like if we go back to planning and zoning now? Does this information that we submit go to them, and then with Mr. Twait being on there, we work with a different chair? Is that how? I'm really just confused at how, if we followed Mr. Glendenning's pathway here, what does that look like from our end?
Does that include your testimony?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and that would be a question for legal. If there was a conflict of interest of the chair, yes, they would have to recuse themselves from that deliberation.
Okay. And so, again, the benefit of going back to planning and zoning now is just more public input, because it did not occur at that last meeting.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
We'll bend the rules just a little bit. Yeah, if your information didn't get included, it should be. It's planning and zoning. We rely on them for guidance. By Title 29 of the state charter, they are given certain responsibilities, and I apologize that your information didn't get included, but 1 week delay will give them that information. It's a high order for everyone's observation, and I think mainly maybe you had a heads up that a meeting was happening. I didn't know about your meeting, but we can repair all of this. We'll have the meeting on the 25th. On the 1st of June, it'll be back here. One more public hearing, and I believe a positive decision can be made. Thank you.
Mr. Delifka, I do have a question for you. So let's get back to the sort of the impetus, I think, in my mind, of why you would like to move to Kenai. We did a meeting, and there was an endowment made to the Boys and Girls Club, and an opportunity for the care center came up. And can you sort of just for the benefit of council that may not know that, your model moving forward of, not having to expend the capital cost to build a facility and having money for operational costs.
Yeah, I mean, the attraction here is, if anyone's aware of, right, the cost to build right now is astronomical. So if we went and we looked at alternative sites, it was just eye-popping. And as I referenced in my presentation, that one of our issues that we have to look at long-term, right, is the operating expenses of whatever we purchase or whatever we build. And the big attraction with this building is we know pretty much what the operating expenses are, and we think, again, we can cover that and purchase this building instead of, again, constantly having to go out there and fundraise. I'm a big fundraiser, always asking all of you for money, and I'm trying to set this up to be a sustainable project. We all are trying to set this up to be a sustainable project, and that's what the attraction of this building is. I think we can set this up to where, again, we can have an endowment that can fund that operation, so we're not constantly doing that. And then allow us, again, to expand opportunities, because that endowment, again, should be able to preserve that and have more opportunities for all of our kids. I got a 4 and a 1.5-year-old, and I really want more opportunities for my kids, really do. And this is why it's personal for me. It really is. Like, I really want this for my kids, and that's why it may come across sometime from me. Like, I want it, I mean? It's personal to me because of my kids.
Thank you. And I guess the reason for the question is I didn't want to see, questions about the process hijack the ordinance and why we're here. So any other questions of Mr. Dlevka?
Yeah.
Councilmember Warrior.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Jeff, for coming and for all your supporters. I have a couple of questions for you to clarify for me. When you originally had came to the city of Kenai, we were very much in support of donating a couple of acres of land at the Dobbinspec Park. I know through our entire land use plan that we worked through, we had identified many other lots and asked administration if there were some that you would be interested in. Can you explain to me how you were willing to take a 2-acre donation from the city to build on, and now that you're looking at purchasing a property with a little over 4 acres, how there's still more need? Because we went from needing 2 acres, now you've got 4 in play, which seems amazing. So can you explain to me why that is now not adequate space?
I don't even know what your question is. That we originally asked for 2 acres?
Originally, when you had came to the city with discussions, when it was first brought to our body, was a donation at the Dobbinspec Park next to Triumphant Theater, behind the dog park, and it was going to be about 2 acres that we would be looking at donating.
I was never involved in that conversation. In fact, it was that was an option that was brought up, and I was adamantly opposed to it, given its location to a youth correctional facility. So I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. I never proposed that.
Okay, that was what was brought forth, so I was just wondering how we went from 2 acres to 4. Thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Dlevka? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to 3287-2022?
Hello, my name is Ashton Wright Hankey. I live on 322 Raven Street. I was recently appointed the Youth of the Month in the Teen Center for the Boys and Girls Club, and I've lived here all my life, and I moved 1 year to Idaho, and I came back because Kenai is just the best place ever. Point and simple. But the Teen Center, I've just started going there a couple months ago, and it's not any sort of a daycare. Anytime that I went there, I never felt like leaving, but unfortunately they had to close. So yeah, the Boys and Girls Club does so much for this community already, and they can also do much more than they currently do if they could just get this land. I don't really have anything else.
You did. You did fine, Mr. Hankey. I appreciate that. Any questions? Councilmember Basin.
Mr. Hankey, did you just graduate?
Yes, I did just graduate.
Were you one of the last ones through the line last night?
Yes, I was.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Want to say thank you, Ashton, for coming here. I honestly didn't think that you would come up to speak, but
I didn't either.
I want to say, even though you're, I guess, technically no longer part of Kenai Central High School, I think that confirming with you that I believe it's in all of the students' interests that this happens. So, thank you, Ashton. Have a good day, man.
Thank you. Councilmember Petty.
Thank you, sir, for coming forth and giving us your fine testimony and how you've been affected. And congratulations on being the Student of the Month over at the Rec Center. That is most awesome. Congratulations on your graduation, and thank you for having the courage to come and share with us so that we can make an informed decision, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Ashton. I just wanted to just say congratulations on your recent graduation, and best of luck in your future.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to ordinance number 3287-2022?
Hi, my name is Kristen Lee. I'm a family physician in Soldotna, and I'm also on the board of the Boys and Girls Club, and that's what brought me here tonight. And I just wanted to echo all of the sentiments that have previously been discussed. And as Ashton just pointed out so well, the Boys and Girls Club really presents youth with a place to belong, not just a place to go. And as we've all seen, youth mental health is one of the crises that our country is facing, and also our local community. And I see that as a physician who admits children to the hospital for mental health conditions in addition to their medical conditions on a regular basis. I think the Boys and Girls Club is one of the things that our local community can support in order to demonstrate to the youth that we're willing to invest in them. And I currently have one of our success stories in my office right now, working as a medical student who is about to complete her medical degree at the University of Washington, and who was a Boys and Girls Club graduate as well as a Kenai High School graduate. And in another 4 years, will be returning to the Peninsula as a family physician herself. So that's all I have for you.
Thank you. Any questions of Dr. Lee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember next.
I just couldn't help myself. My daughter also went through the WWAMI program, and she's an upperclassman down in, well, she's graduated. But anyway.
We hope to see her back.
Pardon?
We hope to see her back.
Okay, she plans to be back.
Great.
And she also went through the program too. And I almost got her black belt.
Oh.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3287-2022? Yeah.
Hello. It's nice to be here. It's nice to have everyone here. People I know, people I don't know. What I like about this is...
Could you give your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Chris Pepper. I 1013 Alaska Avenue, and active member of the community theater. I've worked at Boys and Girls Club, worked at KMS, and first of all, I like it because every single one of us in the back of our minds, and we've already stated some not, is that either us or people we know or our kids are all involved or have been involved in the Boys and Girls Club. So I think we can all agree that this is important, which is good because, as you know, it's not always like that in here. As far as, I think it would be important to donate because just like the library, just like anywhere else, the focus on the population. So instead of, and anywhere is good, but instead of accommodating, well, we can make this room of this, or we can, to have something specifically built to say, okay, this space can be our theater, this space can be our music room, this space can be our gym, this could be our STEM thing, specifically made so that we can produce the best results for our future and everyone. So,
thank you. Any questions of Mr. Pepper? Thank you, Chris. And I do see folks online. Just to let you know, I was going to take care of the room here first, then we'll go to the online hands up. So, oh, I'm sorry.
Just wanted to say thank you for coming up, Mr. Pepper. It's good to see you again.
Aaron DeLivka, 48570 Merwood Avenue, Soldotna. Sorry, I'm all dirty. I was moving a drill and rig today, trying to keep the power on for you guys. I drive out to Nikiski every day, almost for work. All hours of the day, I work barges, call-outs, everything. There's not a lot going on in Kenai. You drive through Soldotna any night of the week, there's stuff going on. Soldotna Little League is setting records for T-ballers this year. There are so many kids, so much going on. You guys can't afford to lose this. Kenai needs this. My daughter's in basketball, her coach is here. She had 20 people show up to watch her play basketball. Right after the game, we all went over to Main Street. We're all spending money. This facility will bring in so much money to your town. You don't need more condos that could be half empty half the year if people aren't spending money in your town. You need people coming into your town. You need to foster that, make it a place that people want to grow up and live in. Like, this is something that's needed for you as well as the Boys and Girls Club. Thanks.
Any questions, Mr. DeLevka? Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022?
Hi, Shanette Wick, 54145 Nikiski. I've been with the movement like 19 years at this point. Started in Nikiski, lived in Alaska over 50 years. I don't want to necessarily repeat what's already been said. Some of my biggest concerns is that we have outgrown Aurora Borealis. And although, like they said, they will always have a clubhouse in Kenai, I don't know where we'll be housed. Mountain View's out of room, Aurora ABCS is out of room. We started, when I first came on Jared at Gym, there was 4 classrooms downstairs that we had access to, 1 portable, now there's 2. We were down to no classrooms during the school year, 2 portables, and a gym. When I started, there was 45 kids in Kenai. Before COVID, we were serving over 120. When we lose the gym, and Aurora Borealis is a wonderful school, they have after-school athletics. We lose the gym for, 12 weeks? And now we're feeding 120 kids in hallways. And as a parent, when they come through, you're apologizing. And honestly, we're a very resilient team. Everybody here today, I'm just so thankful for. And we can do anything with any situation. And we've done it repeatedly. We just feel at this point, I'm nervous about running out of space. I'm so thankful for the school district and all of their in-kind that they provide. But I believe at this point, if we don't make a decision and move forward sooner, we're not going to have anywhere to put these kids. And I don't like limited enrollment. I don't like a waiting list. Every kid, for no matter what circumstance, even the ones that maybe aren't economically disadvantaged, we need to provide a service for everyone from our athletics. Amber just introduced volleyball, and it's incredible. I mean, we're already at like 550 kids, I think, that have enrolled in athletics since January. We served 45,000 meals last year. We're on target to go over that this year. And so at this point, my biggest concern is space. And so we don't want to serve just 60 kids. We want to serve 120. So is there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Wick? Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Name and address for the record, please.
Okay, I'm Carol Sneko, and I live in Nikiski. And I am a mom who had a kid in Boys and Girls Club who now has a baby. And so when that little person is in kindergarten, I hope there's a Boys and Girls Club to go to. But what I really want to talk to is the professional who loves working with kids. And I did daycare, and I substituted at the school, and I worked at the care center, and I worked at lots of places that serve kids, and where I really find my groove is just hanging out with kids after school, doing summer programming. And in our community, there's not a lot of opportunities outside of, say, working in the school district for a professional who really, their groove is working with kids, and people leave. They get a degree, they get some education, and they're like, so long, Kenai, because you don't have anywhere for me to stay and work. I don't want to go to Walmart and go boop, boop, and put it in a bag. And I know there's a lot of other people who get some professional training and they move up from maybe babysitting some kids in their house or doing daycare, and they get some professional skills, and then there's nowhere to go. But if we can expand the program of Boys and Girls Club to provide those opportunities, that we can have more jobs for those folks, and then they won't leave. And when they leave, they take their whole family away. And that's really sad when we lose professional people who would be an asset to our community because there isn't a job, because we've used up the space, so we don't really need another YDP. We don't need another unit director. We don't need a coordinator of music or a coordinator of art stuff. because we just have enough. So we don't need you. Bye. That's my concern. We run out of space, but if we run out of space, then we have excess trained individuals who leave us. And I think they're an asset to our community that we should encourage to stay.
Any questions of Ms. Snetko? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022?
Good evening. My name's Doug Heyman. I'm 22680 South Coho. In Kasilof. It may look like a wolf in sheep's clothing here at the Kenai. But I have some testimony to give that you may find valuable. We have a very successful Boys and Girls Club at Tustamene Elementary School. And we have about 130 students that come to our school right now. Over 100 of them are enrolled in Boys and Girls Club. That's good news all on its own. But if you have heard, there is everybody will read by third grade law that is apparent, and it's important, and we have to have things in line so that we do, because I think it's a great law, by the way. And the data from Tustamene I happen to be privy to is that already, even though COVID was damaging and people were thinking it was going to take us years to get back, all of the kids at Tustamene, our trend is already pre-pandemic, including 100% of the students at first grade are reading at grade level. The reason that's important, because the Boys and Girls Club has a morning reading program, has an after-school reading program. They work in partnership with the school. We know the kids, we share staff. And I would like to see that for Kenai as well. I would like to see that successful of a program here for Kenai. Now, I heard a gentleman earlier about economic development, and people want a good place, a good school, and a good program and so forth. I'd hate for a wonderful city like Kenai to get its butt kicked by the Kasilof kids, but they need this kind of support. Now, I'll let you guys do all the decisions. I don't have the information on the actual placement or your deals or any of that kind of stuff. But I want to send urgency to you, and I want you to also influence you to bear your influence on the board of the Boys and Girls Club, who then I want to bear their influence on the leadership of the Boys and Girls Club. Because yes, you do need a nice facility. You need a great one, but you need great people in there. And I would ask that people who are part of this audience to support those board members, to support that leadership, to get the great people, because it's the people that made the great success at Kasilof. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heyman. Any questions? Thank you. Mr. Navarre, former council member Navarre.
Thank you, Mayor. Tim Navarre, 719 Sycamore Street here in Kenai, and council. You've heard the thing. It's just like it takes a village to raise a child. Our slogan in the city of Kenai is this village with a past, a city with a future. The Boys and Girls Club is that village that's helping raise the kids. That's what the city in the future means. You've heard that from everybody. But what I'm hearing, and because I've been on the council before and other bodies, so where you're struggling with somehow is this process that you have. So I'm gonna give you some suggestions. Number one is, if you can't vote, I believe the Planning and Commission met, and they had no recommendation. They don't get to hold up the body of the council by making a decision. But if you feel that they do, and their role is not to say whether you should give the land or not, that's your decision. It's not what they should do, the planning and zoning, is make sure it meets the zoning codes and it's compatible with the land next to it and different things, and give you those recommendations. But if you feel that you didn't get that and you didn't have time, and you've heard the testimony tonight about the urgency of this body, I think you should vote tonight and pass it and say that the Planning Commission had no recommendation. They met and they had no recommendation. That's happened before, I can tell you. I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission. But even if you don't do that, for the urgency of this, I've also been on planning and zoning where the councils come in and met because they had to have that room. Let the planning commission meet at 6. You guys come in at 8 on the 26th and have convene a special meeting and vote that night. If and I respect your attorney also. If he tells you the code's this and you don't have any options, then think outside the box after you've listened to everybody here and say, by God, we're going to have a special meeting next Wednesday. I believe the clerk can make that happen for you. She won't be any happier with me either, but no. But the thing is, those are the options that I'm hearing. Not that you don't support the Boys and Girls Club, and not that it's not a good venture for this city, and that it's not good for kids and youth. And just so you know what I'm thinking about, those ball fields, when you do move them over to Section 36, that it's been talked about, that's where the whole complex is going to be one day. Hopefully that opens up the opportunity for the Boys and Girls Club to actually even have a bigger campus. So think about that in the future, but support this however you have to, legally or otherwise, but go outside the box and get it done. Tonight or no later than Wednesday of next week. Just set your up a meeting. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Navarre? Yeah, I do have a suggestion to address that issue, so stay tuned. Any questions of Mr. Navarre? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022?
I'm Chris Huff. I'm at 35555 Van Dyke in Sterling. I'm getting around a little slow because I just had knee surgery a couple months ago. I'm a board member for the Boys and Girls Club of Kenai Peninsula. I'm also a parent of 2 kids that have gone through there. I'm also a business owner. I was born and raised on the Kenai Peninsula. I went outside to go to college and grad school. I came back 20 years ago and started Stewart Title of the Kenai Peninsula in Soldotna. I know there's some mention before about, is there a way to move some land over here and kind of adjust things around? So if you have any questions for me with my expertise on that, I can tell you that a portion of this land and a portion of this land and a portion of this land and a portion of another person's land to make that work, those portions don't exist. Those legal descriptions have not been created and have to go through the platting process. So there's not a way to do that. And we did have a discussion, as I think Jeff Delifka mentioned earlier. We wanted to meet with the city and any potential developer. And that also goes back to some questions I've heard from Councilmember Nackstedt, which is, would we be willing to work with the council to move things around in the future if we don't need all of this space here and maybe we could get other space? Of course, we absolutely would work with the city to do what's in the best interest of the city. And as a board member, as a parent, I can say that I think it is in the best interest of the city to pass this. The facility that we're looking at, it's been talked about numerous times on why we think that this facility is a good fit. It does not work standalone. Without the parcel without the parcel that we're requesting being donated, the facility will not meet our needs. It certainly could meet other needs. If we were able to get a portion of the ball fields, like had been mentioned, that could certainly work. We need adjacent property to make this facility work. Unfortunately, unless you want to raise the ball fields, that doesn't work because there's not a portion that you could donate to us. I'd like to speak as a business owner about the economic benefits of the Boys and Girls Club and what it brings to the city. Over my years, I've experienced employees that have to decide between quality childcare or work, between working part-time and coming home after school because there's not good quality childcare after school. And sometimes their answer is, well, maybe I need to leave the workforce for a little while. And then what I see is when they come back, they're farther behind in their career. They missed out on years of raises and promotions and on-the-job training. They're fall behind their peers in their career. So just speaking from the affordable quality after-school care that the Boys and Girls Club provides, that's a tremendous economic benefit to the city of Kenai. And I'd happy to answer any questions as my time runs out.
Any questions, Mr. Huff? No, thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3287-2022? Anybody in the room? And just so everybody knows, I think what we'll do is we'll go online. There's several people online, at least one person that would like to speak, and then we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back to deliberate. We have Mr. Dothett online.
Mr. Dothett, did you still have your hand raised?
Alex, are you still wishing to testify? Yep, hand up. You have the floor, Mr. Dothett. And it looks like you're still muted. Is that from us or?
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Alex, you connected briefly to audio and then went back to mute.
Let's do this. Let's take our 10-minute recess and we'll see if we can bring him back online here.
Okay.
10-minute at ease. I'd like to reconvene our meeting here. We do have several people, or at least one person online, and I believe several other people in the room that would like to testify. So for those at home, we're on item D2, public testimony. Mr. Dothett, you have the floor.
Is it my audio working now?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. Alex Dothett, 1104 Leeward Drive, Kenai, Alaska. I'm the vice chair on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I just wanted to bring up, there's been a lot of talk about this mysterious Planning and Zoning Commission that happened last week and how we weren't informed and all this. And basically what happened is we didn't have the 85-page packet that was provided at the council meeting from Boys and Girls Club. It wasn't given to our staff. They didn't put it in our packet. The other thing that happened is we were missing 2 out of the 7 members. So we were down to 4 voting members because Mr. Twait, our chair, did recuse himself prior to the discussion and the vote. So that wasn't brought up, and I want to make sure everybody knew that he did recuse himself. So that's why I was in charge of the meeting. And with the lack of information that we had and only having 4 out of our 7 members, it was decided that we postpone until we get hopefully more of our members present to vote so they get a fair and equitable presentation can be made, because the Boys and Girls Club didn't realize that they needed to have the packet for us, apparently, and we didn't have the packet at the time. So neither side really was prepared to be able to move on with making a good decision, we felt. So that's why we postponed the meeting. Not just because it was just a missing packet, but also we were missing several of our members. We only had 4 members that could vote. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Mr. Dothett. Any questions of Commissioner Dothett? Seeing none. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. Hang on. Vice Mayor Glendenning's light just went on.
Just a question. There's a memo in our packet from Ryan Foster, and is this a true statement? The commission requested additional information from the Boys and Girls Club, especially a request for conceptual drawings for the project, consideration of the ordinance 32872022 for commission recommendations has been scheduled for May 25th. They are asking for additional time in their meeting. Is that a true statement?
Yes, we did request for the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to the next one to have Boys and Girls Club with that more detailed packet. So we can kind of see what their plans are for this piece of property.
Right. It says Planning and Zoning postponement consideration and request for additional information. Thank you.
That is correct. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Dothett? Councilor Naxted.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Alex. I was just curious, since I haven't seen your packet and I wasn't there or anything like that, but I know you come prepared to meetings and all of that, but what did you come prepared to do? What was your expectations, and how did it come to be that you then didn't have enough information?
We had the information that was presented in our packet. I didn't even know there was any conceptual drawings or anything on that above and beyond what was presented until the meeting that night. So we came to get a presentation from Boys and Girls Club. We thought that we were going to get some more information. I think there was a lost in translation. Apparently they showed up at the city council meeting with a fairly extensive presentation. I think maybe it was played down to what we were supposed to get for information-wise, possibly, it sounds like. I'm not sure. I know we didn't receive the same presentation, and that's why we postponed. And we, like I said, we were short-staffed, too. You know, 4 people. If it had gone to a split vote for some reason, it would have come back as a non-recommendation. And I think by us taking the time to make sure we have all the information that has come about and getting the conceptual drawings, we can make a better informed decision, and that's why we postponed it. It wasn't, we look at our packet, we saw we had, the information was there. Staff didn't have any other information to provide for us because they didn't get it given to them by Boys and Girls Club, from what my understanding was.
Just to help me understand, if you had a conceptual drawing, how does that apply to planning and zoning as far as a decision goes?
It comes into effect of what they want to put on that property. Are they putting a big office building? I mean, parking pad? Do they need the whole space? Is that what they're looking for? It's good to have an informed decision when they're deciding if they want our opinion on being able to move forward on something. I don't think it's above and beyond to ask for the same plans that they presented to somebody else.
Any other questions, Mr. Dothan? Seeing none, is there anybody else online? Ms. Sainer?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. There's no other hands raised online.
Okay, very good. Now I'll come back to the room here. Is there anybody else in the general public that'd like to address the council right now? This time on ordinance 3287-2022. Please come forward, give your name and address for the record, please.
Malcolm McBride, 1111 5th Court. I've lived in Kenai since 1956, other than a little time here and there for work and travel adventures. Seems like Boys and Girls Clubs, and I'm a big supporter of Boys and Girls Club. Great organization. Had kids go through there, have grandkids going through programs there. City of Kenai has supported them heavily in the past 25 plus years, probably closer to 30 years. From the get-go, the City of Kenai has supported just about everything Boys and Girls Club has wanted. And I was listening online tonight, and there's some heavy pressure coming on you to skip the process and bypass planning and zoning because they didn't make a recommendation. That's their recommendation. Well, their recommendation was to hold off till the next meeting. They made a recommendation. And until they pass it on to the council should wait until they get their recommendation. The thing that got me down here was the previous council member's comment in closing. Legal or otherwise. It's got to be legal. There's no otherwise. Thank you very much. Oh, one last thing. That's a lousy location. The whole month of July, you're not going to get to that building. It's from the beach all the way to 4th Avenue on Spruce Street. It's all blocked with cars parked. There's traffic in and out of there. You're not going to get any more law enforcement in there because it's a one-lane road. You're not going to get to that facility in July. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. McBride? Seeing here none, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll go one more time to the end of the room here. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to testify to ordinance number 3287-2022? Mr. Twait.
Jeff Twait, 1808 Juliana Drive, and I was kind of just sitting back, and I wasn't going to testify. I was going to let Alex kind of defend the planning and zoning's decision. I did recuse myself, not so much that I think there was a serious conflict, but the presumption of a conflict. I think it made sense for me to not participate. I would like to, if I can, I guess there was nothing secretive about this meeting on Monday prior to our meeting down here in the clerk's office. The city attorney, Mr. Ostrander, and 4 of the Boys and Girls Club board members were there. And I felt that the whole tenor of the conversation went very well. There was a lot of ideas thrown back and forth, and I think the administration was working well with trying to find something that might be a win-win for everybody. And I think 3 of the 4 board members were very engaged in it, and I felt like they were really committed to getting this piece of property donated and then rolling up their sleeves and getting right back to work to try to find a way to carve out as much of that makes sense for them and for future development for some housing in there. It's a beautiful piece of property. It's got a lot of unique characteristics that make it desirable. It's a large enough parcel with water and sewer and all those things, and it's zoned urban residential, so it's zoned for some multifamily, which is, I think, the right move in there. It's as the housing crunch gets tighter and tighter, and now interest rates go up, affordable housing is going to be, it's going to get creative, and multifamily where you're sharing common walls and being able to combine some elements are going to make it affordable. And we need housing here. And so I guess finally, like I said, I think that this administration did everything they could in that Monday meeting to see if there was some way to make a deal that would work prior to our meeting or prior to this meeting. And we came up with, I think, what was the best answer for everybody. And I'll just defend Mr. Ostrander. When the meeting concluded, I was standing right there next to him, and he said, I would strongly recommend you showing up on Wednesday at the planning and zoning meeting and bring kids. They always are valuable for that. And I said something about or kittens or and kittens. So it was a very well, I thought it was, I was surprised when I came here Wednesday and there was only Mr. Tunseth that had to kind of get thrown into the fire a little bit. But anyway, I think this is the best neighbor for some future development down there. There's other options if it's not the Boys and Girls Club that are not going to be as desirable. I think they're a great neighbor for that piece, and I think somehow everybody can win in this. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Twait? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, I appreciate your characterization of the meeting. Didn't have a fulsome explanation of it. We had tasked our city manager with negotiating, and thank you for revealing that there are options, that there is a win-win-win situation, and I think with a little bit of imagination and fortitude, if you would agree with me, the Planning and Zoning Commission on the 25th can come up with a positive solution to go forward. Thank you.
I agree.
Any other questions, Mr. Twait? Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Jeff, for coming tonight and just kind of filling us in more on the discussions and stuff that have happened. I know that was one request. I haven't gotten an update on the meeting or how those discussions worked going into tonight's decision. If we were going to be able to work with private development and work with Boys and Girls Club. So that is, too, as a council member, not something I was given till this testimony. So just hearing kind of how those conversations go just better fills in some of the gaps that I have. And I'm guessing if I have gaps of not getting information, I would go to say that that's how planning and zoning was feeling.
Yeah, I would agree. And like I said, I think it became that this is pushed on a tight timeline. It's not ideal for anybody, I don't think. And so to negotiate through it and make it work as best we can, I think is what everybody's intentions are. Like I said, I take Boys and Girls Club's acknowledgement that they're willing to work at something. I take them at their face value for that. I'm sure they will. So.
Any questions, Mr. Twait? Yes, I do have a question. So I guess overall, are you supportive of ordinance number 3287?
Yeah, because I think we've got some verbal comments from some of the board members that they're willing to, work with administration to move this thing into more of a win-win for some development in there as well. So yes, I am.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open up to the Vice Mayor.
Just to follow up on that, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, as a function of your meeting on the 25th, you could it's either a discussion item or you can have a formal resolution. Just memorizing hockey teeth. Making sure that what is said is represented in your recommendation, and I think that would be useful in our deliberations. So a fulsome discussion and a recommendation, as thorough as you can make it at that meeting, would be very welcome for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, and again, I think that it appears as I look at the zoning maps and stuff that their intent for what that portion of Tract A would look like will require a zoning change probably. So it's something that we're going to have to look at from planning and zoning. And so I think that discussion never really got completed or too far off the ground at our last meeting.
Any other questions, Mr. Twait? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, is there anybody else from the general public that would like to testify to ordinance 3287-2022? Anybody online? Okay. Going once, twice. Bring it back to council. We'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Any opening salvo here? Councilmember Petty.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. When we first had this discussion, I did make a disclosure, and I'd like to make this disclosure again. I would like to again disclose that I do serve on the board of the Kenai Community Care Center. Neither the donation of the city land to the Boys and Girls Club or the sale of the care center to the Boys and Girls Club will have any personal financial impact on me, no financial gain, and no relief of debt. If necessary, I will abstain from a vote as a member of the CARES Board. I believe I can make a decision on this matter as a member of the council free of any outside influences. I do not believe that I have any conflict of interest prohibiting me from participating in this issue, but would like to disclose my role on the CARES Board at this time for the purpose of transparency.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty, and I will rule that you can deliberate and vote on this ordinance.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and perhaps looking forward to your understanding from the knowledge of CARES, and will help us in our discussions. Be a good fact witness for us.
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start the conversation for the council members up here for myself. So I co-sponsored this after hearing what the Boys and Girls Club was looking for. It took me a minute to decide that I wanted to support this group because of what it means to this community, to my family. I have been open about my support for the Boys and Girls Club when it comes to trying to give as much as I can. My family does, so it's important to me to see them successful. I think we're very fortunate to have the endowment that was given to the Boys and Girls Club, and what this city has done with other pieces of property donating. I can think of nothing better than what I'm seeing from this group and what they show here tonight with their testimony. I love what they've done for the community. I'm going to support that we donate it. I don't fault anything that happened with our planning and zoning, because eventually whenever they do come up with their plan, planning and zoning will have to deal with that issue at that time. And I don't think I'm speaking improperly here with our code. On a piece of donated property, it does not have, we don't not have to have a recommendation from planning and zoning, if I'm thinking of that right, and legal can weigh in if I've got that misrepresented. But I think that the donation can take place whether or not we have a recommendation from planning and zoning.
Councilmember next, then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do support the Boys and Girls Club, and I do support this ordinance. Just to start out with that, a couple of concerns I did have initially was if there's a survey, who pays for that? And it's in code that the applicants would be the one to do that, to pay for that, and it wouldn't fall upon the city. The other thing is that that the Boys and Girls Club was willing to work with the developer. And I heard that from 3 or 4 board members, and I know that they're upstanding, and I believe that, and they will work with our city manager to get back to that win-win-win we were talking about. And the other thing too, the last one to keep in mind is time is of the essence on any building project. If it's just because of the season, you want to get started now. But there's finances going on with grants and whatnot, and really any further delay just kind of puts them up against the wall. And I don't think that that's in their best interest nor ours. And I did go back and I found there was ordinance 0919-1984 that deemed the property not for a public purpose. So it's there to be sold, given away, or whatever. So that's essentially what that is. Back to planning and zoning. And the council, the buck stops here. That's just how it is. We make the decisions. Planning and zoning is advisory, or advisory only, and we appreciate their advice. And right now they've looked at it and they didn't give us any advice, which is unfortunate, but they can still give us some input down the road if they care to, because I think the same thing happens with working with the developer, the city manager, and the Boys and Girls Club, that they can, if they have something that is pertinent, to suggest that would also get factored into the process. So I will be supporting this tonight, and I believe we can move forward. This is the best thing, I think, for the city of Kenai, the Boys and Girls Club, and I think it is an economic benefit all around for the city as well. So I think it's probably more than just 3 wins.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I would remind everybody that when we first deliberated, there was amendment made to legislation that this be referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The expectation is it's a fulsome discussion. It did not happen. They're asking for the ability to complete their deliberation, which would happen on the 25th, and I would ask that we allow them to do that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilman Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I, too, have been a longtime supporter of the Boys and Girls Club. I started coaching for them in high school. I know many of you. I've worked with you. I've coached with you. I've coached your children. I've also been a major supporter over the years of the gala fundraising that we heard is a huge success. I have some concerns going into this. Some of my concerns is when people come to me, I don't know the value of this land. I can't tell them that it's worth $28,000 or $200,000. I do know that this has been a prime piece of property for consideration of a senior center, a campground, many different things from the city's point of view. Ultimately, my concern is we have investors, people that are interested in purchasing and developing this property. A lot of what I have heard from that community is they didn't even know that property was available. I think if this was announced that it was on the market, I think this probably would have sold a long time ago, to be quite honest. I have concerns from what I've heard. I've heard a lot of you're going to do this and wants, quite frankly. Some people have came off a little strong and aggressive in the way they've approached myself and some members of the body. Due to the concern of this and being told I am going to be doing this and I will be doing this, as much as I feel that this is a great benefit to the city, I have a cost because we aren't getting a fair market value. This wasn't put out in the correct process. Now we're being asked to skip over planning and zoning, which goes with the process. I would be in support of postponing this for the Planning and Zoning Commission to hear their recommendations. As I pointed out, I didn't even get an update on what the conversation was between Boys and Girls Club and the potential developer. So there's a lot of things I feel like we've been left out of the loop for a decision. So I would be very much pro doing planning and zoning, getting their recommendations going forward.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. First thing I want to say is I don't know much about politics. I'm only 16, but I think that when it comes to things like these, 2 weeks can be a lot of time to take away for something. And when I know that I suppose land and money is stuff that makes the world go round, we can't take that away from what it is. But I'm not thinking about how much money we're going to make from a new building being constructed there or who else could grab that land. I'm thinking of all the kids that if that building was constructed sooner rather than later, of all the kids that could be having a better place to go after school, more food that is in their bellies that they might otherwise not have, more time to spend with their friends and loved ones instead of just sitting out and doing nothing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Sonart.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to begin with that I support the Boys and Girls Club. I would like to see them get the land that they need to position their headquarters here in the lovely city of Kenai. I would like to see them expand and grow. I know over the years I've had hundreds of students that have gone to the Boys and Girls Club after school. I personally have gone there to retrieve instruments that they left behind. So I'm very familiar with this, and I appreciate very much what the Boys and Girls Club brings to our city. And I very much want to see the Boys and Girls Club stay here in Kenai. Okay, having said that, I would like to respect the process of what needs to, we have a memo in our packet from our Planning and Zoning Director, Ryan Foster. We have a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Committee that they're simply asking to wait until May 25th to go over it and then to give us an official recommendation. I heard tonight from Mayor Navarre that waiting that time is not going to be an issue with the Rasmussen Board and the other grants that they are working on. If I had heard that, I would be concerned, and I would be pushing for a more timely answer. But I just think, out of respect to everybody involved, all the hours that your board has put into planning this, dreaming for this, looking at the property, trying to figure out a way to make your dream come true. We also have the responsibility to be able to explain to our constituents why we are donating this piece of property. And I can't speak for anybody else up here, but I will tell you, I have received texts, phone calls, and emails, 100% in support of the Boys and Girls Club getting their land. I have not received one communication asking me not to donate this land. So I want you to understand up front that, and maybe I'm speaking for some of us, but we're all here in support of you, and we're trying to get you what you need so that you can grow and do this. Part of that process is just going through and following the order that we need to do this in. Having said that, I will say that on my way here tonight, I was on the fence about whether or not we should vote on this tonight or whether or not we should postpone it. And trying to keep an open mind, I listened to every testimony carefully. And while I give a pardon for the passion and enthusiasm, it needs to be noted that some of the testimony came across really harsh, like we were not trying to support you. And that if we didn't do it tonight, oh well, we'll walk. I don't think anybody up here wants to see the Boys and Girls Club go somewhere else. I've not heard one conversation, not one opinion that we don't want to support you. We do want to support you, but we have an obligation to see this through correctly. That way we can cross our T's, we can dot our I's, and when all is said and done at the end of the day and you have your property and you have your place, our constituents also have the correct information as to how this is happening and why this is happening. That will be good for the city, and that will be good for you in the long run. Mayor Navarre, he sits on the board of the Boys and Girls Club. He sits on the board of the Rasmussen. He point blank said here tonight that waiting 2 weeks would not be an issue. And some of the testimonies said that, well, council and city will kick it down the road and we won't get an answer. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I'm 99.99% sure you're going to have an answer on June 1st and you're going to be very happy. But we need, I think, the planning and zoning, and we need this time to cross T's and dot I's. Not just for you, but for all of our constituents. So thank you.
Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a minor amendment to the ordinance. In the title, there is a parcel number that is incorrect. It ends in the document is 118, and it's actually 108. So I move to strike 118 at the end of the parcel number and replace it with 108 and request unanimous consent.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Hang on just a second, Henry.
I'd like to amend with this, that the last three digits should be 018.
Is there concurrence of the second?
Yes.
Unanimous consent was still requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, that amendment passes. So we now have ordinance. Did everybody understand that? Sorry.
Yeah, we're still following and writing numbers down.
Mr.
Just
Bloom.
give us a moment, please.
Maybe it'd be most clear, Councilmember Naxton, if you read the whole number.
Certainly, the parcel number would be 04701018.
Thank
Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, we now have ordinance 3287 as amended before us. Any further discussion? Councilmember Petty.
I am in complete agreement to donate this land to the Boys and Girls Club, regardless of what we find out what the value of the property is, because I feel like that our children are our priceless assets in our community. I've heard deadlines, strike while the iron is hot, urgent matters, and the quality of living. I see this as an opportunity to unify our community. I have seen friends I hadn't met yet from Sterling, from Tustamina area, from out at Nikiski, our Soldotna friends, and of course our friends right here in Kenai. And I appreciate that unity that was demonstrated here tonight. I think this is a great, wonderful, long-term investment in our greatest asset, which is our children. And this is a prime location to create that vision that the leaders of the board of the Boys and Girls Club have. And so I know that there can be unforeseen things that happen that make your timelines even tighter, which might delay some of these wonderful opportunities for grant opportunities. And not everything is certain. I graciously appreciate the planning and zoning's concern. They had an opportunity to take a bite of the apple and chose not to do so. So I wholeheartedly want to see this come to a vote tonight so that we can move forward with great unity and investment in our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I asked to pass the gavel and ask to be recognized.
Yes.
Virtually. You got it?
Got it.
Okay. So where I'm at with this is, first of all, thank you for everybody for coming out here from everywhere, as Councilmember Petty pointed out, all around the city of Kenai, and it's something when we have people from Soldotna coming over to Kenai and advocating for things we should do within the city. A little history on this is when we there was an endowment through Mr. Royce Roberts of about I think it was $5 million that was made to the Boys and Girls Club. There was some time given to them to see sort of what they wanted to do and where they wanted to end up. And I think from our position and from other comments I'm hearing up here right now is that we definitely want to see the Boys and Girls Club in the city of Kenai. There was an opportunity that the Boys and Girls Club board broached Mr. Ostrander on a proposal to buy the care center, which they were getting at. I don't know what the price of that is, other than I understand that it fit into the model that Mr. Delifka spoke to about still having spending that instead of spending capital money, not building out of pocket, but still having money left over for operational costs, which is really smart. But during that conversation at that time was a thought of moving one of our ball fields out to Section 36, which was a little over $1 million. And so I was able to meet along with Mr. Ostrander, with the Boys and Girls Club board to look at alternatives. And this was the one that we came up with the board sort of liking how this would fit into their operation. As mentioned earlier, there's a trail that there's easement that'll be coming over from Municipal Park over to there, so there's a nice tie-in. And when I think about what would happen to this property, what's the other best use? You know, I'm thinking if the Boys and Girls Club if they don't move on this, what other entity, whether it be an NGO or another governmental agency that moves in there, I'm not sure what that is or what that looks like. Or does that sit over there vacant for a while as they try to sell it? Now, if there's another entity that moves in there that might not be super compatible with residential properties, let's say, so that might actually devalue maybe some developmental profits over there, let's say. So I think this is a good fit. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with this. I've heard that it is a nice piece of property, and that's all the more reason I think we should make this donation. We want to have a place in the community where these kids can go that they want to go to, and I can't think of a better place to have that, as a campus over there that has a view and access to the beach and things like that. If I was a kid, I would want to go there, maybe put a zip line across to Municipal Park, things like that we could look at doing. The financial, I've heard, and I don't usually disagree with Amber Every, but I will disagree with one thing she said, that this might not be the best financial use of that property. And I heard that from several people. I don't know if that's true. When you look at the investment that they're going to make, the capital investment, even if we donate the property, but not only that, but the economic, and I'm a capitalist. I'm all for free capital, capitalist. But part of that as a government is for us to provide an environment for our businesses that bring people to this city. That's what we try to do here. I can't think of a better way or use to bring you. There's 1,000 members and growing to get those people over here. We have a laydown from Mr. Burton saying, hey, when I go to these places, I stop and spend money. That's what we do. We take our kids out. Our sales tax is our largest revenue provider for this city. So what we can do to bring people in to spend money would, in my opinion, far outweigh the property taxes we would collect on a piece of property. So let me just put it in context. $1 million property over there would bring about $4,000 to $5,000 to the city at our current mill rate. I think 1,000 members and their family coming from all outside the city probably exceeds that in a year by far. So what I'd like to do, and I've thought about this in consideration of the process and some of the comments that were made, it was referred to planning and zoning, and they, for whatever reason, I can see both sides. If they didn't want to make a decision, so they postponed that. My suggestion is that they keep that on their agenda for consideration. Now, we can vote to approve this tonight, which is what we're being asked. It's a good faith an agreement to the Boys and Girls Club that, from what I understand and what I'm hearing from this body, for most of the body, that we're committed to having the Boys and Girls Club in Kenai. If you're a yes vote, then you can vote to reconsider at our next meeting. So at our June 1st meeting, after the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, if there's pertinent information that comes out of their, compelling, relevant information that would have a substantial material effect on how we would vote, if we had that information tonight, anybody in the affirmative can vote for reconsideration. Takes 4 votes to reopen, to reconsider that motion. To this ordinance. So that's my suggestion for those of you that may be uncomfortable with maybe not having, being able to consider the input from planning and zoning. I think that's a win-win. I want to see the commitment to the Boys and Girls Club tonight. So with that, I'll ask for the gavel back. Thank you. Further discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, if I can just have a break and just speak with the attorney just for a minute.
Yeah, we can take an at ease.
Okay.
Back on the record, Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. We heard your proposition, and I would just ask our city attorney to speak to the issue, if he would, please.
Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Councilmember Glendenning through Mayor Gabriel. So it's not a black and white issue. There's case law out of Homer dealing with a zoning issue and an initiative. And basically, the Alaska Supreme Court in that case said, because the powers for a Planning and Zoning Commission with regard to zoning matters come directly from state statute, as well as the borough's delegation of the zoning powers to the cities within the borough, that in that case, the Alaska Supreme Court overturned an initiative in Homer that skipped the Planning and Zoning Commission on a zoning issue. This is not a zoning issue. This is an issue about donation of a land. Whether or not council can act without Planning and Zoning Commission's input, there's pros and cons to both sides. In one sense, this was referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a date certain that this would be heard again at the city council level on today's date. The motion didn't specifically say that the Planning and Zoning Commission had to make a decision by a certain time, but they were certainly on notice that council would be making a decision tonight, or at least was intending to do so. You can't let the Planning and Zoning Commission hold something up forever and not make a recommendation to defeat the council from making a recommendation. So that weighs in favor of the council making a decision that it was referred to them with a public hearing, not after they made a decision, but on today's date by the council. Also, this is not a land sale or lease that our code speaks to. Our code states that the Planning and Zoning Commission shall make a recommendation to council on land sales or lease. If we parse it out, this is a donation. Technically, it's not a lease or a sale. Also in our code for land sales, it says that council shall make a decision on all sales of land after they get a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Again, this is not a sale or a lease, it's a donation. So ultimately, the legislative power by our charter, as well as state statute and our code, rests with the city council. That said, if it's a zoning issue, we know for sure that we have to at least refer it to Planning and Zoning Commission at some point. Again, this is not so much a zoning issue. This issue would go back to Planning and Zoning Commission at some point as the Boys and Girls Club solidifies their plans. They're going to need conditional use permits to do what I understand they want to do. I don't know that it would require a zoning change, but certainly a conditional use permit. So it will get back to them at some point. That said, there's the risk that in doing something tonight, somebody could go to court tomorrow and file an injunction or a referendum against this ordinance. So you're taking the risk that it could be delayed even further by acting tonight, rather than going through giving Planning and Zoning Commission one more shot at it, and then postponing your decision until either the night of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting or your regular meeting on June 1st or some other date after the commission meeting.
Any questions of the city attorney? I guess I think you did sort of touch on it, but what would happen if they postponed at their next meeting, at their May 25th meeting?
I would certainly say at that point that their postponement would be taken as a no recommendation. And that could be the case in this now, too. It could be that there was no recommendation because you referred it to them with a date certain for this public hearing and they didn't make a decision. That said, I'm not sure that they knew that that was the case, whether they should have known that or not. You know, I think they should have recognized that the council meeting was tonight. And again, they don't have the power to delay council's actions indefinitely. One more thing is that, you know, the sale or donation or lease of land is really a budgetary item for the council because it affects our revenues and appropriation, and that is something that is solely within the power of the Planning and Zoning Commission, within the council. It's just our code that gives the Planning and Zoning Commission the opportunity to make a recommendation on land sales or leases. It doesn't say donation. Whether that would be read in or not, we'd have to fight about it.
Any questions of the city attorney? Further discussion on ordinance number 3287-2022 as amended. Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. If there's no further discussion, I move that we postpone consideration of this ordinance to our June 1st meeting with the understanding that it is scheduled for planning and zoning and that we will receive a recommendation from them at that point in time. We must receive a recommendation from them at that point in time.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion on the motion to postpone? I'll just go on the record and say that I oppose that motion because, as I said, I think I did lay out a roadmap for us to consider planning and zoning's recommendations and take those into account moving forward. But at the same time, we're giving a good faith gesture here to the Boys and Girls Club that we would like to see them stay in the city of Kenai. Additionally, to Councilmember Naxted's point, was several board members who did state that they were willing to work with developers and carve out some piece of land. So for those reasons, I oppose postponement. Further discussion? Councilmember Petty.
Mayor, I would like to ask the attorney when he said that there could be an injection that could be done. Could you please explain the ramifications for that for me, please?
Mr. Bloom.
Well, any party that has standing could go to the court and file an injunction to stop the donation because their argument would be that Planning and Zoning Commission should have had another meeting to consider it, would be their argument.
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. So the attorney, if they would have made a recommendation and we'd have voted on it, could that also take place?
Mr. Bloom.
It certainly could, although they wouldn't have, I don't know what grounds they would have. I mean, ultimately the only grounds that I see that somebody could legally oppose this would be that we acted without the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Although I'm not saying that's a successful argument by any means. I mean, like I said, it can certainly be inferred that council referred it to them to make a decision, and they knew they needed to make a decision by tonight. Although that's not it. It could have been stronger that, as Mr. Glendening stated in his motion tonight, that they had to make a decision by a certain deadline.
Further discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Apologize. Councilmember Petty?
No.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
No.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
No.
Mayor Gabriel?
No.
Councilmember Baisden?
No.
Vice Mayor Glendening?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonert?
Yes.
You have 3 yes and 4 no votes. The motion to postpone failed.
Thank you. Council, we have ordinance 3287 as amended before us. Further discussion, Vice Mayor Glendening. Oh, okay.
Yeah, operator error.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, I'm busy writing, so, thank you.
No worries. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Assuming that that this ordinance passes here, I guess I'd just like a request of administration that perhaps the day after the planning and zoning meeting that I think they're going to have, and they're going to discuss this, we can find out what their input is. If not the next day, the day after.
Maybe a question for the clerk. When would be the notice, the deadline for the notice of reconsideration that we'd have to have in our packet for our next meeting?
We would need that by the Thursday following the Planning and Zoning Commission,
Okay. Very good.
before 10 a.m.
Before 10 a.m.
Yes.
So I guess what the question is and maybe would that be appropriate for the clerk to send out the minutes for the planning and zoning? Can you get those? Are they usually done that quickly or?
Thank you, through the mayor. The minutes aren't done right away, but we can get the results of the recommendation to you guys right away. The minutes take a little while to get done.
Okay.
And then, yes, and then the deadline that we need is to meet the newspaper advertising, which is the 10 a.m. Thursday. So we could get those out to you Wednesday night.
Wednesday night, okay. So we would get those Wednesday night with any recommendations from planning and zoning for this property. And then that would trigger the request for reconsideration, just to be clear, from anybody that voted in the affirmative.
That is correct.
You have to vote in the affirmative to be able to raise the question of reconsideration. So I just want to make that clear, okay? Oh.
Anybody that voted on the prevailing side can do the motion to reconsider.
Yeah, the prevailing side. Mr. Bloom.
Mayor Gabriel, I just want to point out that if council made a decision tonight, I don't think that the Planning and Zoning Commission would normally have another public hearing because it would be a done deal. So if to do what you're intending, I think you need to make sure it's a part of whatever action you take that you are asking Planning and Zoning Commission to continue and make a recommendation. I'd also just like to point out that anybody voting on the prevailing side always has the opportunity to ask for reconsideration. So that's not out of the ordinary, but what's out of the ordinary would be asking the Planning and Zoning Commission to continue with their public hearing.
Okay, so we need a motion for that? I mean, would you prefer a motion for that?
I think you would. I mean, yeah, you need to.
At this point, I would recommend or entertain a motion from the body that we have Planning and Zoning keep that agenda item deliberation of this ordinance on their agenda and come back with appropriate recommendations. Is there anybody that would be willing to make that? Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, I move that we request that the Planning and Zoning Commission, on their May 25th meeting, continue their deliberations and present us with advisement that we may consider it at our June 1 meeting, should we so desire, by any vote for reconsideration. Did I say that right?
Mr. Bloom?
Yes, I'll wait for a second, and then I just have a comment.
I'll second.
Mr. Bloom?
I'd like to make council aware that asking for their recommendation sort of negates the fact that we gave them a certain amount of time to make a recommendation, and they didn't bring that back to you. But I just want you to be aware, I'm giving you the best advice that I can. I mean, I know you're trying to reach a compromise that works for everybody, but if you're asking for their recommendation, it seems like you should wait for their recommendation. If you're not concerned about their recommendation, then Just want you to be aware it sort of negates that argument.
Mayor.
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. But through the attorney, again, asking their recommendation, whatever comes back, again, it is a recommendation. So we're still, as this body, are going to make the final decision. So I don't see any difference in that.
Mr. Bloom.
You're absolutely, as this body will make a final decision. The difference is you're making a decision now before they make their recommendation versus afterwards, so you don't have the benefit of their recommendations and concerns. So, you know, moving forward tonight, I can't tell you not to do it. I don't know that it's wrong. I'm just saying that it weakens the argument that you gave them a set amount of time to make a decision. They postponed it. You're essentially taking that as they are not making a recommendation to you, and so you're acting without their recommendation.
And just to be clear, we can still reconsider. Someone from the prevailing side can still reconsider regardless of a recommendation or not. Is that correct?
Yep. You could also have them act more as a ratification, that if they recommend in favor, you just move forward the way we are. If they recommend no, then you would have a second hearing to consider their recommendation or bring this up for another hearing.
So, Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, so my amendment covers your concern?
Well, your amendment gives them an opportunity to have another public hearing. That's true.
Anything else has to be added?
No, I guess I would suggest, one way to move forward would be to have them essentially ratify council's decision. If they voted no moving forward, then council would take this back up at another date. The safest path forward is to let them make a recommendation and then for council to act. I can't tell you that there's case law that says that acting tonight is not sufficient, but it's certainly open to argument.
Okay, so we're asking him to do that by my amendment.
What your amendment is asking is for them to make to continue their public hearing, which is fine, and then anybody that voted on the prevailing side could ask for reconsideration.
Yes.
Prevailing side tonight.
Correct. Any further discussion on the motion or on the motion to?
I'd like to withdraw my second.
Okay. Withdrawal of the second. Is there anybody else that would like to second the motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. Discussion on the motion? Mr. Bloom?
Just in case I wasn't clear, my recommendation would be to make a motion for them to ratify your decision. If they don't ratify it, then council would take this back up. If they voted in favor of it, it's done. If they don't, council would take this back up at the June 1st hearing or any date there.
So, okay, I see what you're saying. So would they also be able to provide recommendations when they ratify? Or if they?
Yeah.
So that would be the only way they could provide recommendations is to not ratify? Is that what?
Right. If their recommendation was not to pass it, then council would take this matter up again. It's not the best path forward, but it's otherwise you're acting again before their recommendation without consideration for it. At least this way you would be, if they had advice to give to council that was different than what was considered by council tonight, essentially if they voted no on it, council would revisit it. I don't know what that accomplishes in the long run because there wouldn't be a final answer till at least the 25th and possibly again till the 1st. Again, I'm not suggesting that there's clear law that says what council's doing. If council just made a decision tonight and they can consider it again, but there's really nothing for them to consider unless you ask them to, and for what purpose are you asking them to make a recommendation that may or may not be considered by this body.
Councilmember Bazin.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Vice Mayor should amend, if he would be willing to amend, from recommendation to ratify?
Mr. Bloom?
To ratify or not ratify, and then if they did not ratify, then the council would hear it again. If they ratified, you'd be done with it.
Thank you.
So, quick question here. If they vote to not ratify and they don't have recommendations, then it comes to us June 1st, we hear it again, and then we would vote on it. So we're where we are right now. Is that correct? Without the recommendations?
Except for certain, you gave them an opportunity to make a recommendation, and they didn't do that. In this case, they postponed it. One argument, like I said, is that they knew when the public hearing was, that was part of the motion was to refer to them with a public hearing on today's date, so they've already taken that step. Another, that would be the argument made if you went forward today and somebody challenged it.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you. Just so I have clarity, basically, from the city attorney, are you saying that we should postpone this to get the official recommendation from P&Z? Because if not, it seems like we're tiptoeing all the way around this to stay legal.
I'm not saying that council taking action tonight would be a violation of our code. What I'm saying, I guess, is that the safest path, I don't know why I keep stumbling on that one, the safest path forward would be to let P&Z have another bite at the apple and then make a decision. But I'm not saying that, for certain, if council took action today, somebody challenging it would prevail.
So I guess, can I get a restatement of the motion?
Thank you. The motion is for the Planning and Zoning Commission to hold a public hearing on May 25th meeting and provide their recommendation to council.
Discussion on the motion?
I thought he had said to ratify the decision.
No, there was a
council.
suggestion
No?
that he
Okay.
read, but he never did.
Okay.
So. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess at this point I do not support the amendment. They had the opportunity, and they knew today was the date. And I think that the risk, if there's some risk, and I appreciate the attorney providing us that there's risk in everything. Yeah, but I think that it's small. And I think we're acting appropriately, and we certainly have that power. And I certainly wish planning and zoning maybe would have handled it. They did a little differently, but at any rate, I do not support it. I think we make the decision tonight.
Further discussion? Councilmember Petty.
I too do not wish to postpone this, and I want to move on this with a vote to approve for the donation of the land for the Boys and Girls Club.
Further discussion? Vice Mayor Glendinning.
Yeah, just ask the clerk to state what a yes and no vote means, please.
A yes vote would put this back before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and a... I'm sorry?
I couldn't hear you.
So a yes vote would put this back before the Planning and Zoning Commission for a public hearing on their May 25th meeting to provide a recommendation to council, and a no vote would bring us back to the ordinance as amended.
Thank you.
I guess I'm still for the, I guess I would make the argument, does that bolster your standing in court, Mr. Bloom, if you said you didn't give them the opportunity, you made the decision, but you still, in a way, made them, I know it's a legal question, but you gave them a second bite at the apple, so to speak.
Certainly, if they vote in favor of donating the land, it bolsters the position. If they voted against it, it would certainly not bolster our position.
Okay. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
No.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
No.
Mayor Gabriel?
No.
Councilmember Baisden?
No.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonert?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
No.
You have 3 yes votes and 4 no votes. The motion failed.
Very good. So again, we have ordinance 3287-2022 as amended before us. Any further discussion? Mr. Bloom?
Could we just take a really brief at ease for me to talk to you?
Yep. Back on the record, Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, all the support that we've seen in here, you can see that we're struggling with the process and what takes place here, and we want to make sure that we do this properly so nobody can come in, can get between what you want to do and hopefully what you can see this council is struggling with. I want to reconsider the motion to postpone until the June 1st meeting and ask for unanimous. Or do we have to vote on it?
Yeah, we have to vote on it. Is there a second on reconsideration of the postponement?
I'll second.
Okay, deliberation on the motion, discussion on the motion to postpone. Councilmember Petty.
I am not in favor of postponing this. I want to move on this. I want to take a vote on it. I want everyone to come forward and say what they want. And I want to see it happen tonight.
Further discussion? I'd like to virtually pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Glenday. I think I made it clear where I stand on this ordinance. I'm a co-sponsor of it. I support it. I've heard other members talk about their support for this. What I don't want to see is litigation that delays this. So I guess if for you folks that were here looking for a good faith gesture from the council here, maybe you might not feel like you're going to get this right now, but come June 1st, there will be a vote on this. The advantage of that is that it takes out the argument for a lawsuit in the process. So I hope you understand that. I don't want to see this delayed any more than that. So that being said, I would suggest that as many as you can show up at the May 25th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Ask for the gavel back, please. Other discussion on motion to postpone? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Naxted? Actually, this is the motion to reconsider the motion to postpone.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Naxted?
No.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendening?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
No.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
No.
You have 5 yes votes and 1 no vote. The motion to postpone is before the council.
Discussion on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Naxted.
Okay, thanks. I think we've been talking about struggling. When we talked with our city attorney, or he was talking with us, there was some risk, some minor risk, I thought, and now this has come backwards. And I guess I do not follow from the first time we talked about it to now what the difference is and why it's more risky.
Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Councilmember Nexted. My rationale is that it appears that council absolutely wants to donate this land. It appears from the CARES Center that 2 weeks isn't going to kill the deal. We've heard, at least from some board members, that it's not going to kill the deal. What would kill this deal is if this got embroiled in a lawsuit and we weren't able to move forward in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, this will be done. There's no room for anybody to sue. Council and is absolutely acting within every aspect of the law. So to me, my advice is it's just risk reward. You can absolutely seal this deal in 2 weeks, or you can take the risk of the whole thing going south.
Further discussion? Councilmember Nexted.
Mayor, I realize it's taking things a little bit a lot out of sequence, but we did hear a lot of that testimony. But while we've got the good chunk of the board here, if we could hear from one of them again that this delay isn't going to kill the deal. So since we've gotten all of that, I realize that would be an exception to the rule. But I guess I'd like to have some reconfirmation of that.
Get a concurrence of the body. I guess we could have Mr. DeLifka, or anybody from the board that would like to speak to that, of whether this would be, this delay would kill the deal.
Mayor Navarre?
Mr. DeLifka?
mean, I can only one vote on the board. I mean, I don't know how many we have. We could go chat. I know where I stand personally, but I don't know where. I mean, clearly Mike's probably has a different view than what I do at this point, just given what's going on. I'd like to get planning and kind of get some finality to this, but I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to give an opinion on what the board's going to do without talking to them. So I can't answer that question. I know where I personally stand at this point, just what I've been or what we've been through. But there seems to be at least one that said that he would be open to continuing that. But as to the rest, I don't know. It has been talked about. But I can't commit one way or the other as to that 2 weeks from now.
I guess mine is there. Are you guys under like a legal obligation to act within this time? I mean that might be more of a question, not whether your board decides that they just want to walk away from the deal. But is there anything legally that binding you to
we just have
a
a letter of
deadline?
intent. We haven't signed a purchase and sale agreement because that's still all up to be negotiated. It was all contingent upon this donation. We didn't really want to spend a lot of effort until we kind of had this secured. So that's where that stands.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's what we're looking at, like a legal. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Delefka. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? I guess I did have a question. Just to be clear here, Mr. Bloom, let's say we postpone, the planning and zoning comes back with their recommendations, we deliberate, we approve this deal, could someone still file an injunction to stop?
I don't think it would be a successful injunction. I mean, I don't think they have, I can't think of any grounds for filing an injunction. And I'm not suggesting that it would be necessarily a successful lawsuit anyway, even if council acted tonight. And maybe you've heard from Mr. Delefka, who's the president, that the reward would not be that they wouldn't want to move forward. If that's the case, then you should probably vote tonight if that's the only avenue forward. I'm just suggesting that if it was just a 2-week delay and that was it and everybody was on board, you get rid of all the risk with the same result.
Okay, very good. Any further discussion? I guess I would my point that's a reference again. I don't like this. I'm not very happy about it, but at the end of the day, when you look back and assess, and I think if your board can't read the room here of what we're trying to do to facilitate, that would be unfortunate. Further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
No.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
No.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
No.
You have 5 yes votes and 2 no votes. The motion ordinance 3287-2022 is postponed to June 1st.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute at ease.
For the record, I think this is money well spent, but it doesn't hurt to reiterate. Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning, I'd let Mr. Curtin speak to it.
Mr. Curtin.
Through the mayor, thank you. Members of council, appreciate the question and the time this evening. So as you recall, we are working the capital improvement plan, We had our previous project several years ago where we replaced 3 aeration basin blowers. That project was tremendously successful. It has saved a ton of money on utility costs. These other 2 blowers are the largest consumer of electricity at the plant. The existing units are 40 years old. We have 2 of them, and our backup redundant units are and have been failing for years. So we've been able to keep them running only on, honestly, the abilities of our staff, including representatives from the shop, coordinating with our operators to keep the equipment up and running. They're well beyond their useful life. This will be a huge project for the department getting these done. And they will allow us to continue meeting all of our permit requirements for many years to come. I will add, funding for this project, we started with $750,000 several years ago prior to doing the functional assessments that were recently completed, and that was even prior to bringing HDL on. Since then, the project has grown, so we're kind of checking off more boxes. Which is why the project has now grown. So the cost of the blowers hasn't gone up that much. We're trying to accomplish more things inside of the project, which is why the dollar amounts are where they are today. I will add, city manager and myself were at Murkowski Symposium several weeks ago. This was a project that we did specifically discuss with the senator and staff. And I followed up with a grant application, which is active for the federal share that I've got in the memo for $2.9 million. So we're actively pursuing that, and this is a huge benefit to the city. This will pay for itself over time with some of those savings, and it's time. It's definitely time to replace these. So I appreciate the question, and I appreciate your guys' support.
Further discussion from council?
No, just thank you, and that's just an excellent explanation, all I expected, and we can go ahead.
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent is requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-29 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2022-30, authorizing a budget transfer in the general fund non-departmental department to provide supplemental funding to the communications tower condition assessment and capacity study project. Pleasure, Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. I move to adopt resolution 2022-30.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2022-30? See nobody in here in person or online. We'll bring it back to council comments, deliberation. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. If we're able to, maybe the city manager can kind of give us a 30,000 foot on this, please.
Mr. O'Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger. Terry Eubank is here. I'll have him answer that question.
Mr. Eubank, remember 35,000 feet.
I like 37,000.
Let's go 40.
40.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Winger. Included in the FY22 budget was $34,000 to do the study that we're asking. We issued, with the help of the IT manager and Public Works, we issued a request for quotes because it was under $35,000, didn't require a formal bid. We didn't receive any respondents to our request. We reached out to the contractors and tried to inquire why. Is there something in our scope or what was going on? And what we determined is that, what we guessed was going to be sufficient funding was insufficient. I wish I knew the year that tower next door was constructed, but it certainly predates me, and it's been there a long time. We've added a lot of equipment to it over the last 10 years, different communication equipment. And we want to make sure that it has the capacity to hold what we've put on it and provide safety for the people that work under it every day over there. So we're here looking for a little bit more money to go. We believe, after talking with prospective bidders,
We've prepared a formal bid document that will be issued tomorrow if this passes, and we hope to have the funds encumbered before year end and get that study completed.
Councilmember Weir.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Mr. Eubank, for giving that. And my understanding is we heard some comment maybe during budgets that there's some wires or something, or is there need of more over there? No? I think there is a comment. Maybe I got the comments confused. That was a long day for all of us. So, thank you.
Councilmember Petty.
I'd like to request unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Eubank. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-30 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2022-31, authorizing an agreement for professional engineering services to conduct a rate study for the water, sewer, and wastewater utility. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-31, request unanimous consent.
I'll second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-31? Nobody in person or online. Bring it back to council. Comments from council. Deliberation. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, just reiterate that this was brought up at our budget meeting, and it's a consolidation of duties at the top and an opening for opportunity for flexibility and coverage of sewer and water and wastewater treatment duties. And thank you, Christine Cunningham, for coming up with this. It's very well written, and again, I wholeheartedly agree.
That's the next issue.
Okay, we're at water rate. Okay, we'll just can't put that on the next one.
This is authorizing a rate study.
Yeah. Okay. I was.
Remember that when we get to that.
We'll just say ditto.
Any other discussion on resolution number 2022-31? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-31 is adopted. We're on item D7, resolution number 2022-32, amending the employee classification plan by reclassifying the Public Works wastewater treatment plant foreman and the water and sewer foreman positions under the foreman classification and adjusting the range for this class. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-32, request unanimous consent.
I'll second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-32? Seeing nobody in person or online, bring it back to council. Comments from council. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Ditto.
Reference earlier comments. Okay.
It's good. Thank you. I jumped the cog here.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-32 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2022-33, approving the vacation of a 60-foot wide right-of-way and associated utility easement in Jane's subdivision, Big Mike's addition, as granted by Plat K 2015-99 and Bridge Road subdivision 2019 replat, as granted by the Plat K-2020-15 located within Section 4, Township 5, Township 5 North, Range 11 West, Seward, Meridian, Alaska, and determining the right-of-way and utility easements are not needed for a public purpose. Pleasure to council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-33 and request unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-33?
Where is it?
It's was no one, nobody. Okay, with that, it's actually off a bridge access road on Big Mike's property there. Okay. Discussion from council, deliberation. Was unanimous consent requested? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-33 is adopted. Next up, we have D9, resolution number 2022-34, adopting the updated 2022 Kenai Peninsula Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-34, request unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-34? Yeah, please come forward, Mr. Henke.
I support this.
Okay.
Okay.
Succinctly put, and much appreciated at 10:04 at night, certainly. Is there anybody else from the general public like to speak to resolution number 2022-34? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yes, we had a fulsome discussion on the record regarding this issue, and I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm excited to see this come forward from administration. Talking about the wildfire hazards and the spruce bark beetle issue that we see in our community has been a high priority of mine since I took this council seat a year and a half ago. One part of this that I am really happy to see is the slash disposal site. I've been very much advocating for that and glad to see that we're hiring a position to make that happen. And with the cost of fuel going over $5 a gallon, this will make sure that we're not going to be seeing slash and dead trees dumped all throughout our city. So I'm excited to see the slash pile part of the plan to come forward, and really just would like to encourage the community to get out and do a fire buffer to their properties. Thank you.
I'd like to also recognize Chief Pryor's work on this plan.
Yes, thank you.
Is Councilmember Sonert.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wanting to thank Chief Pryor for working on this and putting this together, because sometimes what I hear in the community is the words of, well, why doesn't somebody do something about this problem? Well, now we have something in writing and we can answer that question when asked. So I really like this. So thank you, Chief Pryor.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-34 is adopted. Next up, resolution, or number D10, resolution number 2022-35, authorizing a budget transfer in the Airport Fund Administration Department for the payment of concession relief payments to terminal concessionaires from grant funds received through the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-35, request unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-35? Seeing nobody in person or online, we'll bring it back to council. Mr. Ostrander, can you give a little overview on this?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and Mr. Eubank can fill in where I miss. So we had an ordinance 3195-2021 that appropriated all of the ARPA funds to the airport, and 19,991 of that was actually intended to be for airport terminal concessionaire relief. And to allow us to issue checks to those concessionaires, we need to make this budget revision to move that just under $20,000 out of the $1.3 million to allow us to cut those checks.
Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. I was just curious how the money is divvied out between the concessionaires.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Naxton, I couldn't tell you with certainty. I know that's something that the airport managers worked with the concessionaires as far as how to appropriate it between the different concessionaires. So I can get that information for you if you'd like it.
Further discussion?
Your finance director has a...
Oh, Mr. Eubank, sorry.
Well, Mr. Eubank maybe has the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Naxted. So the process laid out by the FAA was to take a period of time. I don't know which one was used for this one. And basically what we do is you identify all concessionaires that operated within the terminal. At that point in time, you determine how much they all contributed to paid to the terminal, and based upon the amount that they contributed, then that determines the pro rata share that they do receive of this concession relief. So those that have higher, either rents or costs to operate in the terminal receive more of the concession relief, and those that have smaller amounts receive less. And there's two pots of money. There was ARPA, and then there's this is Carissa that both provide this. When we adopted the ARPA funds, we did put the money into the account to distribute the checks. We should have done it in this case. This is just cleaning that up right now.
Any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-35 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2022-36, authorizing a budget transfer in the general fund shop department for costs in excess of budgeted amounts. Pleasure, Councilmember Naxton.
Move to adopt resolution 2022-36, request unanimous consent.
I'll second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-36? Seeing none here or online, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, through the chair, could we ask our city manager or Mr. Curtin just to give us the overview for our radio listening audience?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. Again, if I missed something, Scott, chime in. But essentially, our shops department, the cost of parts, both the inflation on those parts and as well as increased freight costs associated with them has caused us to get really close to going over our budget. So we need this budget revision to allow the shop to continue to purchase parts for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-36 is adopted. That brings us to item G9. Action approval, special use permit to Pacific Star Seafoods in Corp. for 15,000 square feet of apron for aircraft parking and loading from June 1st, 2022 through July 31st, 2022. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the special use permit for Pacific Star Seafoods.
Second.
Discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you.
And I do have a question for the city manager.
Councilmember
Not really,
Naxton.
here's a comment. The airport's been using those maps that look like they're from like 1982, since 1982. Maybe they can get newer maps. They're hard for me to read, even knowing the airport. I agree.
Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Glendenning.
They had a similar program last year that we approved. Is that correct? And the real question is, did they use the access to the airport?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. Yes, this is something that PacStar has used last year as well. And your question about access to the airport?
Did they actually? You answered the question. They actually did use the permitting. They had enough business to bring fish to us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, special use permit to Pacific Star Seafoods in Corp. for 15,000 square feet of apron for aircraft parking and loading from June 1st, 2022 to July 31st, 2022 is approved. Next up, we have item G10, action approval. Second amendment to agreement for janitorial services with Reborn Again Janitorial Services. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move that we approve the second amendment to the agreement to janitorial services for Reborn Again Janitorial Services. Request unanimous consent.
Second.
Discussion? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there an objection? Seeing none. The second amendment to agreement for janitorial services with Reborn Again Janitorial Services is approved. Next up, item G11, action approval, confirmation of mayoral nominations for appointment to the Council on Aging and Mini Grant Steering Committee. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we confirm the nominations that you've provided. The two for Council on Aging, Alice Heckert, and Michael Stroh. And also for the mini grants committee, Brett Perry. Request unanimous consent.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the slate of nominees are confirmed. Next up, we have item G12, discussion scheduling a Board of Adjustment appeal hearing.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
I guess I have a quick question for our attorney. There was a possibility of another appeal coming our way. Have we seen anything from that?
Mr. Bloom.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean. So we had one appeal that we already scheduled, and then this is the second one. I don't know of another one.
I guess I'm questioning if there was any appeal to the licensed daycare. Has that appeal period ended, or?
So the decision was at the May 11th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, so they have until the 25th to file that appeal.
Thank you.
So for this appeal, which is the appeal of Chief Animal Control Officer denying permit to applicant Lisa Hanson for livestock permit for educational purposes at 704 Poplar Circle, Kenai, Alaska. The 45-day end date is Saturday, June, well, I guess extended to Monday, June 27th. I'm pretty much tied up until the 20th, the 3rd, or the week of the 20th of June.
I leave the 21st.
June 20th? Does June 20th work?
That works for me.
Any objections to June 20th at 5 p.m.? Okay. Seeing none. June 20th, 5 p.m. And Mr. Bloom, do you have any comment on the board, again, on the Board of Adjustment? Just ex parte communication, all that stuff.
Oh, thank you. Yep. So, if the city clerk could read the appellant's name.
The appellant is Lisa Hanson.
So any communications from Lisa Hanson directly to council members or other neighbors or people who have an interest in it and want to talk to you about it, I would request that council just tell them that you're going to be hearing an appeal on it, and so you need to take anything they have to say at that appeal hearing and not talk to anybody outside of that process. Thank you.
Councilman Weir.
Thank you. I just, are we able to get any assistance before we go into the appeal on codes or, I guess, city codes or permitting, or is that just what we will get at the appeals?
That's what we would get at as part of the body of evidence. And it should be in your packet too, when you get your packet for that.
Okay, so it will be provided to us by administration? Okay,
Or
thank you.
through the, Mr. Bloom.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
representing us, aren't you, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, thank you.
Further discussion on the Board of Adjustment appeal hearing? Seeing none, we'll move to Commission Committee reports. Council on Aging.
Thank you, Mayor. Council on Aging met on May 12th. They had two discussion items. They discussed the senior center survey results, which I had sent to council, and I believe it's in your packet here as well. They had 41 replies. They would like to have a whole lot more than that. I think there's 431 folks out there active, and it's important that they get replies back, for grant purposes primarily, and also just to find out how they're doing. And the replies that they did get were quite positive, I thought. The other discussion item was they went over the 2023 draft senior center budget And I encouraged the seniors to come to our meeting on Saturday, which a few did, actually. The director did say that, moving on, that the greenhouse is kind of kicking off. They're going to get ready to start planning in there. And just some information that a company, Aspen Creek, has purchased the Riverside Care, Senior Care, and also the Kenai Sheriff's, so that they're kind of combined under one new business. But at any rate, the next meeting will be June 9th.
Thank you. Airport Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. The Airport Commission met on May 12th. Nothing of importance to discuss that was passed on. June 9th is the next meeting. Just the one little small interesting item that they're going to work on, and we may see something in the future, is they do want to try to do a memorial for Derek Lichlider, if I'm saying it correctly. So, and I think that's pretty neat. So we'll probably see something coming forward with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Basin. Harbor Commission.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Harbor Commission met on May the 9th. There was not a quorum. It was adjourned, and our next meeting is on June the 6th. Thank you.
Thank you. Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Recreation will be meeting here at Chambers on Thursday, June 2nd.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The Planning and Zoning Commission met in Chambers here on May 11th at 7 o'clock. There was a resolution concerning an application for a conditional use permit for a daycare center for a property in Woodland subdivision on Ash Avenue. And there was a very fulsome discussion regarding the scope of the project, actually how many children will be in attendance, the type of controls there would be for children regarding the street traffic, and then also in the backyard. The short of it is that the Planning and Zoning Commission did pass it by a vote of 5-2. What it'll do is it'll bring employment. It'll bring a means of care for up to 12 children, 8 full-time and 4 on an emergency basis. And this enterprise also will be able to accept state aid for helping with those families that are in need of financial aid for care for their children. And the rest of it is pretty well established here. The Boys and Girls Club, of course, we had a fulsome discussion on that. You know the results of it. We have discussed it. And then there was a lease to adopt a resolution approving execution of a lease to Swanson Properties, General Aviation Subdivision Number 1 amended. And that ends my report. Next meeting is May 25th. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautification Committee.
On May 10th, I attended a field trip of a tour of the city's gardens. We went around to all of them and looked at things that are dead and need to come out, things that could be replaced, and things that could be made better. Tomorrow, May 19th, there will be a special meeting in Chambers to go over what was observed on our field trip. Thank you.
Thank you. Under Mini Grant Steering Committee, I'd just like to, for those of you who don't know, Brett Perry, he's sitting in the back of the room. He was our confirmation to the Mini Grant Steering Committee. The new executive, well, fairly new, recently hired executive director of the Kenai Chamber. So thank you and welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Next up, report of the mayor. I do have just a few items here tonight. We had a bycatch review task force meeting yesterday, a full task force meeting. We'll have another one next Tuesday for the Gulf of Alaska Halibut and Salmon Subcommittee, which I chair. And then last Wednesday, was a volunteer for my granddaughter's class to go out and do the Johnson Lake fish release, which is it's all the third graders, I think, across the district. There was I want to say hundreds of, I heard 900, I don't know if that included all volunteers, but out of Johnson Lake, they set up these stations. There's 30 exhibits that the kids all got to go through and do a scavenger hunt and all that. So very, very well done. It was a beautiful day, and they released some pretty nice sized fish. So if you ever got any grandkids that want to go fish, I would recommend Johnson Lake for sure. With that include, and just keep an eye on the House budget here. I know Mr. Ostrander is closely monitoring that also. Will probably give us an update to where we're at with our grant request for the state cost share of the Bluff Erosion Project. With that, I'll turn over to administration reports. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. A couple things tonight. I want to talk about the spruce bark beetle. I appreciate council passing the Community Wildfire Protection Plan tonight. I think that's really important. It outlines how those funds would be utilized. As you know, we did get a congressionally designated spending amount during the last federal budget of $385,000. There's some question now as we were working through forestry whether or not a match would be required for that. So we're still trying to figure out if that is going to be necessary to be matched. We did get notice today that we received a $150,000 grant to support the slash disposal site for the next 3 years. So that's positive news, and we're also working with forestry on another grant up to $500,000 that would support mitigation efforts, which would be able to do through the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So lots of opportunities there. I know we've got a lot of mitigation to do, and this money will go a long ways towards helping us do that. On the 13th of May, so last week, I met with Senator Dan Sullivan at the Bluff Overlook at Millennium Square. I met with him and his staff, and we talked about the project and where we were at and the fact that we were right on the verge of actually being able to award a contract for construction next year. He's been a champion for this project from the beginning, a huge help, and he continues to support the project and says he's going to continue until we get actually done with construction. So it's a good visit with him. I know after that he went to the senior center. I know there's Councilmember Sonart and Petty were both there and listened to Senator Sullivan chat about some of the things that are going on to D.C., but it's always good to catch up with him when he's in town. And the last item I'm going to talk about is the Bluff project. So as Mayor Gabriel alluded to, we're closely watching the budget. The Senate passed the budget today, I think about 3 o'clock, something like that. The House has until midnight to pass the budget. So will probably be over before they have to act. But I've got a message here that I was going to share. So if they do not pass by midnight, they have two options. The first one is that the entire legislature has to approve a 10-day extension, and if they don't have the votes to do that, then the governor has to call them in a special session on the budget. So hopefully they'll be able to get it done by midnight. Our $6.5 million is on both the Senate and House side, so it's looking very, very positive to get that in, and we've been closely watching it for really the last month. As far as the Bluff project itself, no real change. We're continuing to design. We still anticipate design to be completed in August. We've been working on a few of the last remaining things. One of them is the acquisition of the last two remaining properties that we need. Mr. Bloom has been working hard to get those resolved. And then we're also working with working on getting the NFIP program, the National Flood Insurance Policy Program, put in place. And that's both Mr. Bloom, myself, and Mr. Foster are working with Mitch Payne of the NFIP program to try to get that in place. And that's all I've got, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions of the city manager? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, just on a side note, I got a couple queries about planning and zoning issues, and if I just give the topical list to Mr. Foster, that would be sufficient for action on his part. Nothing serious, just routine requests. For example, there's a house with a roof caved in, or they want to know the status of the of the code violations for the bowling alley, or there's some construction going on in a certain area, they want to know if they have a permit, or the seminar or soiree that was given May 2nd and 3rd over at the visitor center regarding the waterfront development plan. There should be some literature, something that is available maybe for dissemination. I was on the radio. I was invited to listen to KSRM, but I'm sure, or go to their website, but I'm sure we have some information also just describing the three options and what was taken, just the 10,000 foot view. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Just taking that ease.
The state budget will pass before you guys get it. My legs, one of the two.
You know Procrustes?
Can I?
You ever heard of Procrustes?
I have not.
Procrustes.
You too. Thank you.
I'm done.
So were you expecting a response from the city manager to your, was there a question there?
It was just a procedural question. Sometimes he wants me to speak to him directly, and sometimes not, to department heads. And I was just going to give him a heads up on just the short list I was going to give Mr. Foster, and he should be able to deal with it directly.
Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. So yeah, if you have code enforcement questions, like regarding the bowling alley, if there's a complaint that you see a code enforcement issue, feel free to go to Ryan. As far as the waterfront revitalization study, there's nothing really that he can provide you at this point because it's the consultant's work, not Ryan's. So, that will be forthcoming as they begin to work on that, and they will be providing that as the reports come out later this summer.
Okay, at the planning and zoning meeting, there was, questions about what happened, and I was out of state, so I had to rely on those participants there to give the report for the city on behalf. And there was concepts given, the 3 concepts and all that, just an overview. If we could just even have some facsimile of what was presented, that would be helpful. I know the Planning and Zoning Commission, at least the members that were here, would appreciate something like that if it's available.
Okay, under advisement. Any other questions of the city manager? Councilmember Winger?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I too had the same question when it came to the waterfront. I missed that meeting, and I've been asked questions, and the only information I could gather was a little blip of what KSRM had posted out there. So at least knowing what the 3 conceptual drawings were would be just beneficial to kind of know what was presented instead of having to wait. I think they said till August or September, and that's kind of a long gap for me to not be able to answer any questions. So that was my question as well, as if we could get some oversight.
So I guess the question is there a way we can get the 3 conceptual concepts, Mr. Ostrander?
And thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger, I'll look to see if we have that and see if we have it available, and if we do, we'll be happy to provide it.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll go to the city attorney, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I don't have any comments tonight, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the city attorney? You got your year's supply of comments tonight on the one meeting. I'll go to the city clerk, Ms. Sainer.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just a quick update. At the last meeting, there was a mention of a sunset date for Zoom. I have researched, and I cannot find any official action that provided a sunset date on Zoom. And also an update on the KPB Ordinance 2022-07, which would put the question before the voters at the October election regarding a 9 versus an 11 assembly and school board district based on the apportionment, was enacted by the council with an amendment to include the financials of cost for the 2 additional members if it were increased by the voters.
Thank you. Any questions of the city clerk? Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, so the upshot is that we can continue with Zoom with no real budgetary consequences. It's already folded into a program we have.
Thank you, Mayor Glendenning. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the city clerk? Seeing none, we'll go to additional public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time? Ms. Nelson.
You'd probably be disappointed if I didn't say something, right?
Yep.
Not after tonight. There's plenty of comments. Just very briefly, we had a board meeting, an annual meeting on Monday at the Kenai Arts Center, and just did our officers and so forth, for the next year, and talked about our shows a little bit. And the one coming up, as I announced before, Thor Evenson, that many of us know. And he brought a good share of his paintings down today. Actually, they are stored in the jail for the moment. And possibility of having another local artist / craftsperson, I'm not going to mention the name because it's not firm yet, but that would be an interesting piece of sculpture that would sit on the floor. That would be probably a wood and metal piece, and maybe another local sculptor, and that would be a rare thing if these 2 guys would join Thor. That would be really neat to have a three-man show. Thor is also including maybe I think a couple of Jim's Evenson's work, his father, and I think he's probably going to have about 40 pieces. But currently we still have the watercolor show, which has been exceedingly successful, 40 pieces in there, as well as the small show in the back room with about a dozen quilt square pieces in that small show. So right now, the jail is used for storage for Thor Evenson's work, and well, there's a few other things. We have word from Rasmussen that we were bumped up to in our pursuit of a grant for about 15 grand to deal with the floor in the main gallery and what we call the gift gallery, the in-between part that has things for sale. And that would be polishing, not polishing to a slippery point, but polishing with a semi-rough surface, so for walking around purposes. And initially we had fantasized about having some wonderful color in there, like having a color stream in the cement that would be Kenai River, sort of. But then our executive director, Alex Rudlinski, who is such a brilliant guy, he said, well, you know, that really would distract from what's on the walls. And it would. So we kind of toned down our thought on that. And, you know, it's an artistic judgment call for sure. So it'll be some kind of color, some kind of kind of neutrally color. And then maybe, but probably a border around the edge. And the person doing the floor polishing, they also do the floorboards that go along with that. That is also part of the job. So it's around 15 grand. We'll see how that comes along. Right now, we just know that it made that step up in consideration. We're happy that Mike Navarro is still sitting on the Rasmussen board for sure. Anything from you all?
Thank you, Marion. Any questions of Marion?
No,
Councilmember Winger?
I just wanted to say,
I'm still stuck with being president for another year. I'll tell you that.
well, congratulations
I'll
on being stuck
you.
as president.
No.
Thank you for all you do. I think the floor concept is actually great, adding the color to look like the river.
Oh, yeah.
My husband did the flooring at the Native Hospital, and they went with, it was supposed to look like a riverbed, and they put agates embedded in it. And
That would take us further.
yeah, but I think, same concept, but I think it's great.
It's a fun thought, but it'll be a little more toned down than that, because we really do want people to look at the walls. A couple decisions coming along for the mural show at the end of the year, and that last year we had a few more pedestals, and we've never really had any pedestals to speak of, and last year's show, it really made it to have about 8 to 10 pedestals on the floor, as well as, of course, the high drama mural on the wall. So where that's going to be an increased options for people who want to do a smaller project but want to participate, so they can make their own pedestal if they want to, and there's a size range in that, and blah, 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 more details than you want to hear about, but should make that just a bit more exciting too. I have some thoughts for maybe throwing some paint on that building this summer that, again, our Alex Rudlinski, our executive director, has some thoughts. That's what we'd really like to jazz it up a little bit. So we'll see where that goes. And thanks to the city for doing a great job of sanding, moving gravel around on Cook Avenue the last few days. They did an extra good job this time. I don't know what keeps that big gully by Kenai Joe's such a big gully, but it never comes up. It's always this big darn gully that's right there. You know what I mean when you come around the corner, if you will, to the curve around Kenai Joe's, that big darn gully that's just full of water, of course, during breakup and snow in the winter and ice and blah, blah, blah. Yes, Brian, do you have a thought on that? Mary Gabriel?
I actually was just going to ask about your parking, where we're at on that.
We're good for right now. We don't have the crush of having a student art show. These are normal art shows, and so we have just a normal amount of parking, and we can handle that. It's the extraordinary shows.
Right.
Thor's show opening will probably be an average crowd too. You know, he's getting a little older. He's not quite as well known as he used to be, and so forth.
So mostly manageable?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
I'd like to continue discussing that, though,
Sure.
in terms of the area beside the art center that, Paul, you commented on, that maybe that's our parking answer there, which we had in the distant past, had put in the boulders and the bollards to make that unpassable. They can't get out of it, you know, you can't put a car through there. There's boulders on the Cook Street side and the old post office side. And that's because bingo players that done playing bingo in the middle of the night would hightail it through there. And if you're working inside that building, when there's no normal traffic and they come tooling around, the acoustics in there are very strange. You swear somebody is going to be running into the building or parking right in front, and they aren't. They're somewhere else, but it's just the way it works. So that can get to be a little dicey. There's the easement that goes through the paved portion of the bingo parking area. And you pointed that out. I thought, why is there an easement going through that paved lot that's at an angle? It's because when you come across the street, it hooks up with the space between, or out to the park side of our building, of the Art Center. So that's what it was. It was a connection there for whatever reason. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and I don't know that it's a very good answer to parking issues over there, but you all can chew on that.
Okay. Thank you, Marianne.
Anything else? Oh, I was very happy with Public Works, too. They came over and helped us to fix the zone valve that's been giving us fits half the year, so thank you to them.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to address the council this time? Mr. Hanke?
It's been a pleasure to be here, and I have a question for Student Representative Thibodeau. What's the deal with airliner food?
It's plain.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah. And just we normally don't take questions, but I'll allow the exception there to the rule. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to address the council this time? Seeing none, we'll go to council comments. Let's start with Councilmember Petty.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I wanted to say thank you to everyone that participated and gave comments on the Boys and Girls Club. It helped facilitate our process, and I look forward to having a successful resolution and donating land to the Boys and Girls Club and having that wonderful jewel in our community. Also, I wanted to say welcome to and thank you to all the community members who volunteered to serve on the Council on Aging and the mini grant steering committee. Also, I did have the privilege to visit with our Senator Sullivan, and he was very favorable for our bluff erosion project, and he also said he gave some insight about ranked choice voting, and that after 2 years, ranked choice voting can go to the Senate or the legislators, and they can take a vote to remove that opportunity from our state. So I want to continue to give an update on that so as to have public awareness that that opportunity is available through our legislatures. Thank you.
Thank you. Student Representative Thibodeau.
So, as you all probably know, yesterday was graduation. I only got to see the beginning part of it as I was in the band, and we had to play for the seniors walking on, and then they forced us to leave and said that we couldn't watch the rest. So that was fun. But yeah, from what I know, graduation was fun. I assume so. It's graduation. I don't know what you guys do there, but. And then today was the last day of school. We all pretty much got out early. I myself got out at like 12 o'clock, so I'm happy about that. In, I guess, sports news, baseball, both teams are positive right now. I believe the JV team is 5-2, and the varsity team is 4-3, if I remember correctly, and we are having a game here this Friday at 4 o'clock. So I encourage all of you to come. Over the summer, both marching band and football will be having their camp. I myself am in marching band, so that will be an interesting turn of events. And that's, I guess, all I have to say. I didn't really get to ask many of the teachers if they wanted to say anything.
Thank you. Councilmember Sonart.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank everyone who's presented and spoke up tonight on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club. I am excited about their potential, and I look forward to June 1st, where we can finalize this for them. I was able to go to the Senior Center and get to hear our Senator Sullivan speak, and afterwards, along with Councilmember Petty, we were able to talk with him and share some of our concerns about ranked choice voting, and just it was good to talk to him and to meet with him. Since the last meeting, I was called and asked to be an adjudicator, a judge, at the OSA's state solo and ensemble competition up in Anchorage. So I got to go up and adjudicate clarinet soloists, and got to pick the top one for command performance. So that was kind of cool. And then I also did a section of woodwind ensembles. So that was fun for me. Then I came home, and then last Thursday, the middle of the afternoon, I get a SOS text from Rosemary Bird. Most of you know Rosemary Bird, and you don't say no to Rosemary Bird. No. And she is doing a long-term sub job out at Nikiski Middle School, High School. Their music teacher had a baby in March, and Rosemary came in, and she's been doing the whole quarter with mass choir, mass band, spring concerts, and she texts me and she says, "How are your clarinet chops?" And I'm thinking, oh, the dust on my clarinet case is yay thick. So anyway, you don't say no to Rosemary, so I dusted off my clarinet case, put on my concert black, and found myself sitting on stage at Nikiski High School playing clarinet in the middle of their high school band. So so the story was their clarinet player, who had practiced with them and everything, had gone to science class, and they were having a lab that day. And she was working on her lab project with the knife, and the knife sliced her finger. And so that's why that poor girl couldn't play that night. So I was filling in. But there were actually 5 other adults in the band and other music teachers and retired and current music teachers. So that was kind of fun to do that. And then last night I got to attend Kenai Central graduation. And it was good to see the auditorium full. It was good to feel back to normal. It was good to see the choir and band, and it was good to see the red robes. So, go Kenai.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm glad to be home. I was in the States, Chicago area, and up into Wisconsin, visiting family and high school reunion type thing, and had to stay in Chicago for a while, courtesy of Alaska Airlines, and I was never so glad to leave a place in all my life. I grew up there and worked construction at O'Hare, and it's just tough sledding in that town now. So I'm just so glad to be home. There's an employee appreciation event Friday. June 3rd. Okay, and I'm looking forward to that, and that'll be fun, and it's just good to be home. I was I had a little peanut gallery when I was attending by phone, and maybe some of the comments bled over the speaker. I know they did because I got a text from the clerk, but they were cheering me on, and a little inside baseball. When I was in high school, I won an all-school election for mayor for the day, and maybe they're drinking a little beer. I can't comment about that, but they said, long story short, I was a better politician back then than I am now. So maybe it's time to look for my just reward, and we'll comment on that later. Thank you.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just would like to thank everybody that came out and testified in support of the Boys and Girls Club. I'd also attended as everybody else did, the budget meeting all day Saturday. Those are definitely long days, and those chairs for 11 hours are absolutely miserable. We should have taken a better note for Mayor Gabriel and Ms. Sonart on bringing these comfier chairs down. Probably would have saved us in the long end. We had some great discussions on the budget. I just want to say congratulations to all the graduates. I got to watch it online last night, and it's amazing. I graduated 20 years ago, so they always ask, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Where do you see yourself in 20 years? And you never say, I'm going to be sitting here watching the next group graduate. So it was just interesting to see some of these kids I had coached in Boys and Girls Club and youth soccer programs, and some of them were walking across that stage last night. So just amazing to see all the youth coming out of our community. I know they're going to be off to great things. I also want to thank everybody that supported all the schools' end of the year celebrations. Kenai Middle School had quite a bit donated to them from our community to make their end of the school barbecue successful, as well as a lot of partnerships from numerous communities to make the Kenai Middle School mini courses successful year after year. I just appreciate them sponsoring and hosting that. Our participation as well from the city with our local elementary school doesn't go unnoticed. The bike rodeo, they're still talking about how great the bike rodeo was and just how awesome Mr. Dan is. So Mr. Dan is definitely a fan favorite in the school. Wrestling season for our family has ended. We got a 2-week break. It starts tomorrow. It was a very short break, but I'm happy to report the Soldotna Whaler wrestling team. We have about 168 kids on our team, and through all their dedication and hard work, the Soldotna Whalers were able to come out as grand champions, so we are the best league in the state, best club to be with, and our athletes just had phenomenal showings. We had quite a few, I think about a dozen kids that became triple crowns, which means you have to get first in all 3 styles. There has to be a minimal of 2 other teams that are in your bracket, so if there's just 3 people, you're not going to necessarily triple crown. So it's amazing that we have so much talent within our youth, and this is really for all sports. I may be just a little biased with wrestling. This Saturday, we have a community trash pickup event. It's from 10 a.m. till noon. It's right out here at the Kenai ball field. They will have a dump site, a dump container on site, so go get with them, help make our community look better before dip netters get in here, and we can do it all over again after they leave. But from 10 to 12, they will be doing the community pickup, and then they will do a barbecue feed appreciation at the end. So I encourage everybody to come, give back to your community, pick up, and thank everybody for the good conversations.
Councilman Raisin.
Congratulations, Cardinal class of 2022. It was fun last night. Good night, everybody.
No comment.
And just as one final note here, since it's happening before next, is the Memorial Day celebration, which will be before our next meeting. So I just thought it'd be pertinent just to have folks just remember the reason we have that day, Memorial Day. Freedom isn't free, and people have paid the ultimate sacrifice for us to enjoy the freedoms we have. I will be in Seattle that weekend, and Vice Mayor Glendenning will be subbing in my place with the Post 20 the Legion there to get our participation at the Leif Hansen. But they have Avenue of Flags at 11 a.m. and then their ceremony at Leif Hansen Memorial Park at 1 p.m. So for those interested in attending, just thought I would throw that out there. And with that, seeing no other business before this body, we are adjourned.
All right.
Yeah, good one. Thanks. Yep.